is absolutely nothing in the world safer than giving public performances while you're driving. Anyway. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. We're on episode 4, which means we all survived our intros. How exciting. We only lost a few pieces along the way. Sorry, Branch. But that also means that now we're getting off of the rails and into dangerous territory where I don't know what's going to happen. Prep is going to drop off severely, and we're going to start seeing more shenanigans, which is really the heart and soul of tabletop RPGs. We're dipping out of my favorite terrain and into Drake's favorite terrain, and I'm already terrified to see the results of that.
Come on, he's just a cat. What else can he do?
Yeah, just a friendly little cat.
Wait, what's my favorite terrain?
Friendly little cat.
Your favorite terrain is pushing big red buttons in a sandbox.
True.
I feel like that's where you're most at home.
No. We can't discredit the conspiracy theories about what we think of other player characters. Like, I just had a new one. You know that hand? That little baby hand that Tex has?
Uh-huh.
It's Branch's hand.
Could be.
Could be.
He's the one who took
It
his
all makes
hand and then
sense.
shrunk it down to be a little magic item.
Branch's little baby hand.
Boy.
It doesn't look like it's the right color, though.
Alright.
Shut up!
Let's get things going. When we left off, you guys had narrowly escaped not only Madame Monarch's menagerie, but also immediately afterwards the Cerulean Inquisitors, including Lucy and Remus, who chased you across the docks as you ran to board the giant ship that Gigi was traveling on as it left port. Knowing that if you stayed in town, you were sure to come into some sort of trouble. Not only because you had started a fire at the circus after discovering their dark secret, but also because you guys had obtained a moonstone that had fallen overnight. And even in the wee hours of the night, the city was already alight with rumors and a buzz, with people trying to wonder where it went, who got it, what's become of it. This very valuable artifact that fell from the heavens, and then Tex proceeded to eat. As he does. You were able to safely make it aboard a ship. You spent a little bit of time kind of winding down and finally getting to introduce yourselves a little more properly as all three of you free men now. Sort of. Still on the run, at least a couple of you. And then you settled in for the night. And things were going fairly smoothly. Except that Tex was having a little kitty cat dream, and that's where we're going to pick up.
Great. Love that.
Uh-huh. Figured this would be a cool place to start out.
All right. Oh, great. You're doing it.
Well, sort of. Sort of. There will be a little back and forth here.
Okay.
Tech. Your dream begins peacefully, as they sometimes do. A pale night sets upon a quiet swamp. Flies and mosquitoes and dragonflies and fireflies all kind of dance in circles. A buzz with speed, but starving for direction, kind of just running in circles, terrified but with nowhere to hide. And as all of these bugs do their panic dance, bats swoop between the trees, like shadows that flit into existence just long enough to snatch one of the bugs away into the dark, never to be seen again. Snappers and alligators lurk beneath the surface of murky water, shielded from view by a thick skin of algae and duckweed. But in the right light, you can occasionally see the green glint of their eyes, poking up out of the water, watching from all around you in the dark. And within this swamp, we find a tiefling, holding a lantern that emits a soft, sickly green light. Beneath their cloak, we see Edelweiss. They have androgynous features, pale skin, chimeric black and white hair that is kind of split right down the middle, and a vacant expression that reads less like stoic and more like absent, as if by pretending that they're not in danger, they won't be. Frogs leap aside as Edel continues along the edge of the swamp, until eventually they find the mouth of a cave. They pause for a moment and look down at the lamp, and then without a word, they turn and begin to walk into the darkness. As they step into the cave, they start to hear whispers, sounds, noises of your design. In your dream, what noises are coming through this cave? What does Edel hear?
It's probably just this, like multiple creatures.
Wonderful. As soon as I load back in, I'll start moving us through the map. But for the time being, apart from this noise as Edel continues deeper and deeper in, the cave is pretty empty. It's calm, with just the sound of what you've described, accompanied by bats squeaking from deeper within. But as the tiefling continues lower and lower into the earth, the darkness begins to encroach around them. It becomes cold, it becomes wet and sticky almost. This just oppressing darkness wraps around them like a blanket. Until eventually, from the darkness, we see a pair of green lights suddenly blink open and illuminate the black. Two slitted, cat-like eyes that peer down at the tiefling. And Edel starts briefly. They bring their hand over their heart in shock, but then they let out a bit of a relieved sigh, and they begin to sit down, cross-legged, with the torch between their legs. And calmly, "May I stay?" What do the shadows say back?
If you wish, I may kill you in the morning, though.
I've survived this many nights. Do you think you'll ever make good on it?
What are you doing here, Weiss?
Well, I walked here, and then I entered the cave, and now here I am. You seem well. Are you well?
Of course not. What did you do to me?
Someone came through here recently. We can't find him. Have you seen anyone?
Many people come through here. Not many pass through.
I was afraid of that. I don't like what was... I don't like what I did to you. But people have gone missing. You must understand, surely. Did he make you angry? He was an orc. He was a traveler. He was a writer. He meant no harm to you.
Everyone means harm.
And as you say that, the cacophony of voices becomes a little more distinct, as if all of these overlapping whispers begin to spread into their own vaguely coherent identities. And as they do, the shadows seem to encroach from behind Edel now, as if to trap them within this cave. And from within those shadows, more figures begin to emerge. Dimly lit at first, just silhouettes and outlines of long, spindly arms tipped in sharp-clawed fingers. Faint pinpricks of light from where their many-eyed faces must be looking at all of this. And the tiefling seems unaware of them for now, but you can see these others beginning to creep up behind Edel. What do you do, if anything?
Can I tell if are they approaching with hostility?
Boy, boy. Give me a perception check.
That's, like, terrific.
Starting things off right.
Classic.
Let's go. Classic. It's very hard to say at first. At least not early enough to give any sort of a warning. But then you watch as one of them darts forward, one of these arms reaches out and clutches, digs in around Edel's shoulder. And yet even as this happens, they seem blissfully detached, completely unaware almost that anything is happening to them, even as blood begins to trickle down their cloak.
The eyes in the dark, like a snake striking, just wraps around Weiss and is gonna interpose between Weiss and the shadows.
As you begin to step forward to interpose, you emerge into the light of the green lantern that Weiss is carrying. And as you do, you feel almost like Alice in Wonderland, your form shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and when you finally step forward, you're just a cat. About the size of a house cat, 4 cute little kitty cat paws. And as you look up now, these shapes are no longer accompanying you in the cave. They are menacing well over you in the cave. You are small, you are weak, you are unable to do anything meaningful to stop what is happening. And you watch as these creatures step a little closer, and more hands begin to place themselves around Weiss. Claws begin to dig in further. You see one even begins to step forward right up behind Edel's ear and begins whispering menacing, indecipherable nothings into their ear.
Not this one.
You try to speak, and it comes out as a meow. And you watch as all three begin to pull. And as they do, chunks of Edel's flesh are ripped away from their body. And even then, they still don't react. It's as if they're entirely callous to what's happening around them. And they step back into the dark. And it's just you and Edel once more. You feel your shape return. You feel your ability to speak return. Are you well, Textoris? You don't seem well.
Of course I'm not well.
Then, are you good? I think that's what they want. I don't know what it means.
I've never been good.
What can't you be?
What's the point of lying?
Usually to make someone believe what you're trying to say. I don't need to be convinced, I think. Just the others. So, are you good?
What others?
For the first time in this entire conversation, Weiss's eyes kind of drift down to the side with a look of something between sorrow and shame. Although even now it is half given. They seem so detached, so vacant, it's almost hard to read any emotion on their face at all. It doesn't matter. I can't really do anything now anyway, I guess. And neither can you. But maybe in time this will all be worth it.
Where are you, Weiss?
I'm right here. In this cave, in the swamps. Where are you? Do you not know where you are?
He just kind of looks around.
As you look around, it's almost hard to describe the sensation of seeing multiple places at multiple times, especially when all of those places are illuminated in darkness. But you see this almost kaleidoscopic effect. There is a sky that is illuminated by stars, brilliant blue, not the kind of tinted green that you're used to here in the swamps. There's another that appears to be indoors in some sort of a stone castle. Another that sees nothing at all, just pitch blackness. But then, as your vision pulls away from all of this, you see eyes looking back at you. Wooden eyes, made of this kind of deep, rich, purple-stained wood that has been carved into the shape of animal. You see totems. And when your vision comes to, you see that all three of these totems are surrounding Weiss. A tiger, an elephant, and a panda. Oh. There you are. Tell me. And you see Weiss's head begins to lull as blood begins to kind of drip out of the corner of their mouth. Are you well, Textoris? Are you?
No.
When you say no, all of these figures that had retreated into the shadows suddenly burst out, engulf you in darkness, and you feel ripping, tearing pain at the very core of your being. And that is where you suddenly wake up. Back on the ship. I think on top of Ruko's chest, if I remember correctly.
No, I believe Sketch had grabbed me, and I am now being strangled by him.
Oh, yeah, correct.
Sorry, what was that? It was Tiger, Panda, and...
Tiger, panda, and elephant.
Grand. Feeling the arms around me and feeling like very claustrophobic and pinned down, having just experienced that, Tex immediately begins to, claw and try and scramble out of Sketch's grip. Not really trying to be gentle about it.
Sketch, you in real life have been woken up by cats in the middle of the night plenty. I'm sure you know what this sensation is like when a cat suddenly freaks out on your chest. What do you do as Tex suddenly starts?
Yo, fuck. They'll toss him gently, I guess, down.
There is the sound of kind of a deep, rumbling snore as the giant in one of the hammocks over beside you turns into sleep at the commotion, but doesn't wake. You realize that it is still deep, deep at night, probably 3 or 4 in the morning, and you're still aboard the Big Blue, this enormous giant's longship, bigger than a mansion, bigger even than some small hamlets, and things are calm as you continue westward towards Eden.
Are there any windows or portholes or anything?
Absolutely. They are portholes by a giant standard, which makes them basically portcullises by your standard.
Right.
They're probably a good 20 feet off the ground, but you're a cat. You can climb pretty well.
I just need to see out. Can I tell what time of day it is?
Yeah. At a rough glance, it looks like probably 3 or 4 in the morning. The moon is still pretty high in the sky.
Okay.
It is bright and full, and it's pretty much directly upwards. So it's pretty much the dead middle of the night.
Grand. Well, in that case, I will kind of scoff a little bit and then curl up back under the bed and try and fall back asleep.
Realizing he must have grabbed you in his sleep, he'll just kind of sheepishly put his back to you and turn back around and try to go back to sleep.
Alright. Tex, don't fail me now. Let me get another will save from me, please.
I would love to. Can I do 4 ones in a row?
I'd love to see it. I sure would. As a reminder, you guys each start with a hero point. It sure
that's
came close, yeah.
That's not that close. I only have a +4. It was an 8.
Oh, it's an 8.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. You eventually drift back off to sleep, and for a couple of hours, it is mercifully uneventful. However, it isn't until you wake up in the morning that you realize that by the end of your dream, you have returned to the cave, and there, instead of the scene that you saw before, you simply see the 3 totems that are now broken in half, and in the middle of them is the dead body of Edelweiss. And there's not really anything happening in this scene. You just kind of, as you groggily wake up in the morning, realize that you've been staring at this scene. Edelweiss, covered in blood, surrounded by 3 broken totems, for hours, as long as you have been asleep. It is very unsettling, unrestful. You wake up feeling tired, exhausted, like you spent your whole night working instead of getting any sort of meaningful peace. But eventually, you do come to, probably when you hear some commotion and some giant doors opening and closing back on the ship. And so too do Sketch and Ruko, although I know Ruko might still be driving.
I imagine that I'm probably the first one up.
Most likely, that seemed reasonable.
Seeing these 2 sleep, well, just hop off the bed and then try and go find Gigi.
Alright. You slink out of the room. Thankfully, all of these giant doors have people-sized cat doors, which you are just strong enough to push open of your own volition. And as you wander out onto the main deck, you see that Gigi is up and going, kind of just helping to do the topsman work, kind of working on some rigging, getting the sails unfurled. The wind is currently advantageous, so the oars are kind of being let sit so that the galley rowers can take a break, and just let the winds carry them for a bit. And as you step outside, Gigi turns. Oh, good morning.
Hey, old man.
That was quite a night. Care to tell me anything about what that was?
Yeah, that was... Well, that was a good throw, but that damn dog is pretty persistent. So, if there's anybody that should search the ship for him, just in case.
Certainly. I'll make sure that we're sweeping. I would like to think that even Cyrillin would not sneak spies aboard our ship, but I am not dumb enough to believe that for a moment. And he kind of motions to a couple of the other giants, and one of them kind of hands over the wheel and begins to head downstairs, and you see that she begins to kind of begin repeatedly casting a cantrip as if she's going to start sweeping for magic. So what was this dumb dog chasing you for?
He was after the kid.
Just the kid.
Seemed to be.
I
Didn't seem very interested in me at the moment. Sure,
Yesterday.
that's only temporary.
Do you plan to make an enemy of him?
He already made an enemy of me.
I see. Well, I can offer my protection as long as we're aboard the ship. I have to warn you, we are making our first stop in Eden. The only available port city that is still functioning is Famador, and from what I've heard, they are under Cyrillin rule. It might be difficult for you to make sure you're getting past any guards they have stationed on the dock. Where is it that you're trying to go, or simply away?
Well, at the time we were just trying to get away. Guess Famador it is.
Famador it is. I have business a little outside the city. I could probably convince them to drop us off a short walk, a day or two. That way we don't have to try to smuggle you through security. Although, we could always risk it. You're pretty small. The boy, I don't know so much.
Probably best to walk. He could use the exercise anyways.
Oh, he could, but not you.
I'm quite fit.
He kind of like stoops down real low. I suppose you are. I admit, it's like telling whether an ant is fit or not. I wouldn't even know the first thing to begin looking for. What makes a cat fit or unfit?
I hadn't really had the need to think about it for a real long time.
A privilege of accommodations. We'll make sure that you remain accommodated here. The journey will take a couple of days. The walk will be short, but I can't guarantee it will be terribly safe. But at least they don't have magic inquisitors that will hunt you down. Once we find some walls, the monsters will leave us be. Where are the others? Have they slipped in?
Yeah, they're still asleep.
I remember my first time aboard a ship, I must have slept for 2 days straight. There's nothing like it.
Surprised how little this ship seems to move.
It's very wide. It's very stable.
Well, you have a shipwright?
We do. He's downstairs. Do you need something made?
I was just gonna grab some scrap.
Certainly.
Sure, anything my size isn't gonna be missed.
No, hardly not. I think you'll make do with the sawdust shavings. Anyway, just head downstairs at the bottom of the stairs. Bright red hair. Fjorgen, you can't miss him.
Thanks, old man.
Try to get some sleep eventually.
I'll try.
And he takes the wheel and kind of just maintains the heading for a little bit. As you're heading downstairs, let's jump back over to Sketch and Ruko if he's here. You guys wake up and discover that Tex is already gone.
Oh, I hope I didn't make him mad. I'm gonna go
What?
find him and apologize.
Alright. As you wake up, push your way out through the human-sized door at the bottom of the giant-sized door. You eventually... you've got options. You can either just head straight downstairs or you can head back onto the deck. Or
I don't know
dig
where he
around in the room.
went, so I'll probably look around on the deck. He's a cat. He'd go high, right?
True.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Hey.
come with you. As we're walking though, Ruko's just like he yawns real big and then like I can't really tell if I threw up 3 times last night or if it was 6. I dreamt of throwing up at least twice.
Ooh. That's not good. You should get that checked out. Like, have you never been on a boat before?
It's barely moving. I'm still sick. No.
I was gonna say, this is a pretty stable boat.
Yeah. It's pretty
I hope you
nice.
didn't eat anything weird.
I
Maybe your
always do.
body's not agreeing with all of the, the corn dogs and the funnel cakes. Oh god.
It's funny. It is.
I can't imagine eating a day's worth of carnival food and then getting on a ship. That sounds like a nightmare.
It sounds like a nightmare.
Exactly. That's kind of where he's at. It's not that bad on the ship, but it's bad enough.
Uh-huh.
Well, maybe we should get you some breakfast or something. That way your stomach will calm down. Maybe like they have some bread.
Sure. Where's Tex? Still don't see him.
I have a question. Do giants use bones to make their bread with the 6?
With the 6? You've definitely heard stories that giants use bones to make their bread, for sure.
On second thought, maybe don't eat the bread unless you like chewing on bones. Which I guess is fine, but if it's... Where do they get the bones at?
As you make your way out onto the deck, you do see that Gigi is at the wheel. Ah, there you are. I was beginning to think you two might sleep forever.
I might be able to. I actually slept pretty good. Cracks his neck.
Ruko puts both hands up in victory. I survived. I think I'm good.
I'm very proud of you. Lydia says that she saw you puke at least 4 times.
Damn it. With 3.
She'll be making breakfast fairly soon if you need any. If you think you can keep it down.
Sure. Have you seen Tex?
Oh, yes, he just went down the stairs, said he was looking for the shipwright. I don't know what he plans to do, but he needed some scrap or sawdust or something.
Huh. Like go in that, don't they?
Oh.
Little ones.
Oh, you don't suppose... Huh. You know, our head does have human size. Well, I suppose that still wouldn't... You know, it may be best for me to go warn Fjorgen. Give me a... And he calls over one of the...
Yeah, we'll go with.
Yeah, he calls over one of the giants to take the wheel so he can go check.
The wee demon's always scheming.
True. As they are heading down to catch up, Tex, you've had a head start. As you make your way down the steps here, you can see that there is a set of giant-sized stairs and also a smaller set of human-sized stairs right beside it that you can scamper down. And when you get down there, almost immediately, you're met with the shipwright and the bosun, a little carpentry table, or, well, little for them, which is about 20 feet tall. And they seem a little preoccupied at first until they realize that you're just kind of sitting there. What do you do to get their attention?
Oh, I don't get their attention at all.
Oh,
I just go and I look for... Have they been working on anything? Is there any, like, sawdust or shavings or anything?
Absolutely. It appears that they're kind of just working on a couple of repairs to some oars.
Cool. I go and I just grab a piece of wood that I imagine is like a splinter for them, but is like a large barbecue skewer for me.
For sure, for sure.
And I grab one of those and I pick it up in my mouth and I start heading back upstairs.
All right, excellent. You bump into Sketch and Ruko as they come down the stairs, unless you decide to go up the giant stairs just for shits and giggles.
No, I'll take the regular stairs.
Okay. Then yeah, you guys all meet up in the stairwell.
Oh no, are we too late? Did you already go?
Just can't respond because I have this stick in my mouth.
Oh no, he's transforming into a dog.
I get up between the two of them and jump up, and I'm gonna attack both of them.
All right, sure.
Jeez.
What does a stick do? What do I?
Oh my god.
What do for stick?
So it's improvised, which means I think you take a -2 to your attack roll, and I assume that it's probably going to do a point of piercing, but let me go look.
I assume bludgeoning and just smack him with the stick.
Something like that. Sure, I'll call it a point of piercing, or bludgeoning, your choice, however you're using.
Alright, both of these have a -2.
Yep.
Start with Ruko and then Sketch. (16, 17? So probably both miss.
Yep.
It might. So a 17 might hit Ruko, actually, let me see. Oh, it does. It totally hits Ruko.
Okay. I'll do one more on Sketch just to make sure that I...
Sketch learned his lesson last night. He dodges out of the way. Yeesh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to squeeze you. I was sleeping.
It's gotten into you, cat.
I squeezed him in my sleep last night and he's mad at me. So I guess he wants to kill me now.
I'm not the one that wants to kill you.
Ruko wants to kill me? What'd I do to Ruko? Ugh, maybe I
God,
shouldn't
you're
sleep.
dense. The terrible old crone.
Oh,
Do you
yeah!
think she's-
No, I knew that. I just
Yeah.
wasn't thinking about it because she's not here.
Well, do you think she's going to leave you alone?
She doesn't know where I went.
Yet.
Right. You're not gonna tell her, right?
How would I tell her I'm with you?
Exactly, so how is she gonna find out?
I don't know,
Magic.
Hag magic?
Yeah, okay, I knew that. Fuck. Well, now I'm gonna be anxious the whole time we're on the boat.
Good. And that damn dog isn't going to be sitting idly and, well, you run away. So go on. Get your things. I'm going to teach you how to fight.
Oh, so that's what the stick's for. Okay. I think most of my things are just on me, though, all the time, so... I don't have a whole lot.
Well, why don't you start by teaching Ruko how to dodge? Or teaching the brat how to dodge.
You see Ruko trying to sneak away already. He was
I'll pick up the stick and, like, whip it at him.
You just do that, and then it doesn't hit you.
Yeah, you see Sketch has got some moves, actually.
Tumbles sideways. Tumbles back the other way. That easy.
Well, seems that act had its uses.
Yeah, it kept me on my toes a little bit. Not completely useless. I had to make it, improve me in some way, otherwise I would have probably just died of shame. But yeah. Oh no, Ruko's still driving.
I'm sorry. I'm finally back.
Oh, there you go.
Hello.
It was a chaotic day today. But I don't know what's happening.
Tex is trying to give you combat lessons by throwing sticks at you.
Oh. I'm no longer there.
Spanish.
He tried to sneak away a little bit, like, once he heard, you're gonna have to learn how to fight, blah, blah. And he's like, walking back away. And he noticed.
Yeah, Tex, it's a big, big haul. Ruko, you can give me a stealth check if you want, but it's going to be real hard. He's looking right at you.
Yeah, nah, he just failed that.
Legit.
I still have to log in. Here we go.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Tex, you see Ruko, like, trying to just skulk away as soon as you mention training.
I do need him to at least try, because
Okay.
it would just be very appropriate for you to actually get away here,
try.
but you couldn't hide while running away from Lucian.
True.
Somebody can roll me a stealth.
Yeah, I gotcha. You basically need a natural 20 here to hide in a giant open hallway while being stared directly at. No, that sure
Nope.
isn't.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, I imagine that Ruko gets about 10 feet away and then trips over the giant bear rug that's on the floor of this hallway.
He probably fumbles and then falls to where his face is like near the face of the bear, and he's like, it's a good vibe.
Clearly, running away isn't your forte.
Hey, it did work. Fine. I'll train.
Is just doing this in the hallway the best idea? Are we gonna get in the way?
Well, if you can dodge a giant's footsteps, then you can dodge that crone or that damn dog.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'll go with it.
Alright, Tex, what do your combat lessons look like as you start teaching them?
I think that is... he would never admit it to anyone. Obviously, he's doing this out of the goodness of his heart.
Of course.
Frigid, cold, dead heart.
Uh-huh.
But a lot of this is clearly for him too, where he's just like, I need to figure out how to fight, because I am not going to let that fucker ignore me again. So yeah, he just spends a little bit of time. He's very, jumpy, so he does a lot of aerial attacks and just, hits him with the stick periodically. It's very, Yoda from Soul Calibur
Oh, yeah.
style combat.
Very acrobatic, very, hit and run stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent. We haven't really seen much of Sketch in combat yet. Is Sketch good at fighting? What does Sketch look like?
Sketch's combat probably looks more like a dance than fighting than anything else. He can tumble side to side. His form is pretty sloppy. He has some knives that he pulls out of pockets on his cloak. They probably get snagged every once in a while. He doesn't seem like he's used them too frequently.
Excellent. And Ruko, if you're back, is Ruko any good at fighting at all? What does it look like when Tex tries to spar with Ruko?
Using weapons.
He's got a little stick that he's kind of using like a fake club or a dagger or something.
If I could find 2 of them for both hands, I'm not gonna do the twirly thing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How on earth do you describe these weapons if somebody has never seen them before? Because
I mean, you're very welcome to post that video if you want. I can't show it on stream, but I can sure post the link to it.
yeah, let's okay. I'm sorry.
You're good. Take your time, I understand. In the meantime, because I've seen it before, it kind of... These weapons almost look like curved, 3-bladed boomerangs, sort of. But they are... He spins them around so that they synchronize with each other, right? So you get this kind of almost hypnotic effect that is very parrying-oriented. It's very focused around, like, blocking and disorienting and then coming around for sort of a backward sweep.
Yeah, and Ruko's general approach to it is, instead of like pure utility, he does it more like he's more focused on the look of it and the performance aspect of fighting, more than prioritizing, like being efficient and brutal with them. He's, that was the only way it could remain interesting while he trained.
Absolutely.
In his younger years.
That tracks for sure. I guess just for funsies, each of you give me like an attack roll with your best weapon. Just so we can get a vibe check for how good everyone is at stabbing things. That's pretty damn good. That's also pretty solid.
I have one thing that I'm good at, and it's this.
Hell yeah.
It's the S staff. Wow.
Yeah. Appropriate.
Woo, woo, woo.
Yeah, this actually tracks very well. Perhaps surprisingly, Tex seems to be pretty good at combat. He seems combat trained, which perhaps a little unusual for what appears to be a cat. But he has become remarkably adept at maneuvering.
Appears to be. I'm a cat.
You have 2 tails. And then that puts Sketch in kind of the middling, which kind of tracks with some of the work you would have had to do back at the Emirate camp, and also just the acrobatic side of it. And Ruko, appropriately, kind of just does it for the show, but if I had to guess, Ruko, you probably have not actually had to fight for your life except maybe once or twice while traveling.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
There was that one time with the alligator.
that's true. That is true.
But it was more like the feeling of fighting for your life rather than actually doing it, I guess. We just kind of walked away, but it could have been real bad.
I love the idea of flashing back, and the alligator just kind of sits there and looks at Ruko as he runs away, and that's his idea of a combat.
He would have destroyed us all.
All of this is eventually interrupted when the door below you opens, and a curly, slightly jolly and heavy-set, blue-eyed, blonde-haired giant steps out. Oh! I thought I heard a scramble going on in here. Are you all right?
Yeah.
The second Ruko turns to respond, I hit him in the back of the head.
No! No!
Hey! You be gentle with him. He was puking all night. I saw it.
Did everyone have to see that?
I think it was just me and a couple of the others. Do you want breakfast? Or are you going to, give it some time?
I could go for some food.
Wonderful.
See, I
Well,
can't fight without food. That's probably explains everything.
oh, yes, of course. Can't fight on an empty stomach.
Yeah. if I did, it'd be your downfall, Tex. You would be worshipping my supreme mastery of the... What do you call these? Wujang. Whatever you call them. S-staff.
Whatever they're
What do I
called.
call them? Fat cow.
I don't know, you tell me what you call them. I put them in as S-staff because I think that's what I found online looking for the closest possible match. But you can call them whatever you want. They're kind of your weapon.
Okay. I'll figure it out.
Excellent.
Do you think Cyrillin's going to let you eat?
Well, we're just gonna not eat?
If they're not going to let us eat, we should probably eat now.
Of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
Tex,
I'll
gotta
go and hop up and start eating.
Cyrillin,
Yeah.
that's nasty business. What have you got with them?
It's a long story. Got a crazy wolf after us.
Like a wolf.
Well, no. It's an inquisitor.
Oh, maybe it's best you just don't tell me.
Yeah.
And
Why?
Oh, yeah, if you're tangled up in all that, then the less I know, the better for you and for me.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He goes and eats food more.
Yeah, breakfast. What do you want? I don't get to cook for the small stomachs that often. I have a little of everything.
Oh my gosh, what do you use instead of eggs? Do you have really big eggs?
Yeah, rock eggs. Have you seen them? They're as big as you.
Oh, I want a rock egg.
You can have a rock egg when you grow about to the size of me. Until then, you can have a little spoonful of rock egg if you want.
Okay, that'll work.
How do you like
What are you
your...
going to do with the rest of it, though? I don't need to waste it.
Oh, I always eat last. I'll make an omelet.
Okay. How do we get on these stools? Are they normal person height, or am I going to have to jump?
So they are giant height, but you do see that each of them has like a little rung ladder that has been tacked onto the sides of them so that regular-sized people can climb up them.
It's adorable.
That's cute.
And you see that kind of all throughout the ship as you look around. This is clearly a giant ship, but they have made a habit and a custom of having smaller travelers with them. Many of these things are not just designed for human-sized people, but actually halfling and dwarf-sized people. And even some things diminutive enough to be used by, like, sprites and fae. They are very size-conscious with their design, and that seems to be something that they are very accustomed to. What about for the two of you?
Bread.
Bread, we can do that. I'll use some of the egg for that. And you see that she turns around and opens up a giant canvas sack. Probably the size of like a big oak tree, and just scoops out the tiniest little dollop for her hands of flour, grabs a little bit of the egg, fetches a giant barrel and pours what to her is just a little droplet of milk, and starts to knead the world's smallest little ball of dough. And for you...
One of everything.
Eyes bigger than your buddy. I can come up with something. And she turns around and just kind of starts to look over all of her shelves for things that she can throw together. That sounds like an omelet to me. The bag is unlabeled, but it seems to contain flour. Oh, I see what you're getting at. Boy, you could give me a perception check.
Okay.
I hope you botched this. I hope you botched this so hard. It appears to just be flour.
Okay. Visibly sigh and get comfortable.
Some time passes. Eventually, the kitchen starts to smell like each of your respective meals. She adds a little bit of extra spice to the egg. She ends up making not only an omelet, but kind of like just a little cut of the trimmings of some of the different meats that she's got. She gives you a little piece of the bread that she finishes up for Ruko, Tech, and just like, a quarter of a grape and one seed from a pumpkin. Things like that. And then eventually this hearty loaf of bread is done for you, Ruko. It's kind of a sourdough that she's dusted a little flour on top of. And it's pretty good. It's not the best you've ever had, but for a ship's galley, it's about as good as you're going to get.
Oh, on an empty stomach, it's the most amazing thing ever.
Absolutely.
Protein. Egg. I'm assuming I've had egg before. Probably.
You've probably had egg before, at least with the circuit. Egg is cheap.
Egg is cheap.
Ruko's looking at this guy, this other person, this other small person.
Yeah. They appear to be... Let me double check my notes. Best as you can tell, just kind of an Edendric man. Got a beard that goes down to about his mid-chest. Looks like he's probably in his mid-30s or 40s. He's got a raincoat on and a tricorn. Pretty standard for a sailor or a navigator or somebody that works aboard a ship. And he's kind of just minding his own business. He's got a pipe that he's lit, and he's reading a book as he works on, looks like ham and eggs.
Does he have a look about him like he's got mysteries?
Give
Or
me
if I should just...
a perception check. Appreciate the dedication to swapping to the token and then swapping back as you use the bathroom. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. As you look him over, he seems like he's just a little bit tired. He's kind of waking up. You see that he is burning through his tobacco pipe. Clearly, this is a man who needs 3 or 4 before he is really a person in the morning. The book he's reading appears to be sort of a recent nautical almanac. You imagine that he's probably a sailor of some sort. He doesn't have any strange tattoos or markings, no strange guild affiliations or symbols that could really be identified. He appears to be kind of a nondescript sailor. He does eventually notice that you're looking over. Can I help you?
No, nothing. Just a bit curious, is all.
Curious?
Takes a big bite of his bread.
I have to admit, I don't think I've seen your kind before. What are you?
Feroxa. Yeah. From Blemodil.
Oh,
Not super common.
can't say I've been up there. Do they always have 2-tailed cats in Blimidale?
No, he's just weird.
Interesting.
You sail ships, yes? You seem like the type.
I do. Normally I've got my own. We had a run of bad weather. I'm going to be coming back to it in a few months when it's shipworthy again. Or seaworthy, rather.
Is it docked where we're going?
No, back in Abelvind. I'm afraid I had to leave her.
A shame. Well, be back soon enough.
Of course. Name is Samuel.
I'm Ruko.
Ruko. Good to meet you.
A pleasure to meet you. Ruko goes about his business. He's just...
Wonderful. Sketch, what are you doing over there?
I'm just looking at the ingredients over here. Maybe there's an apple or something.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to ask for more. I already asked for an egg.
Are you being sneaky about it, or you just kind of wander over?
I'm being sneaky about it, or trying to be.
What is this pose you got going on here?
This is the combat pose.
It's a
He's got a
sneaky
knife
pose.
out, but it's the sneakiest pose I have, so I'm using it as the sneak pose.
Looks like...
Oh, okay. I thought you
a
were
pair
like...
of underwear.
Yeah, I thought you had like a drum or something. Just...
Oh, like a pair of boxer briefs or something.
Yeah, it's very gremlin-y.
Alright, give me a stealth check.
Oof.
You kind of make a subtle play at going to use the restroom, and then you duck down real low and start to crawl around through the shelves, looking at ingredients. And most of what you find is kind of what you would expect. It's a bunch of giant versions of things that you're used to. You don't know where they got a pumpkin as big as a carriage, but they seem to have one. They have this bag of flour that is towering over a couple of shelves over, but you're not quite able to see into it from where you're at. You can see that there's some enormous casks of wine and a bunch of water. They have sharks that are hung up like a fish would be for a normal person. A little bit of pre-made bread, although it appears to be mostly hardtack, and it seems that she wanted to go through the trouble of making fresh bread for Ruko. But eventually she does turn over. Oh, are you still hungry? I can get you something else.
Maybe if you have some fruit or something. I was mostly just looking at what you had. Sorry, that's weird.
I can give you a boost if you'd like.
Okay.
She comes over and kind of lowers a hand and opens her palm for you to step into. And very cautiously, like, cups her hands around you and lifts you up. And begins to just scan you back and forth over the shelves and everything. And she does eventually bring you past the bag of flour. And I'll let you make one more perception check for me.
Then she throws him out the porthole.
As she scans you over the shelf, you see little bits of fruit. You see dried meats hanging from racks. And then you come over the flour bag. And as you look down in the flour bag, you only see it for a moment, but you swear you see the bones of a human hand that is reaching up like a child that has fallen into a corn mill and gotten stuck. And then she lowers you back down. Anything you'd like?
No, I'm okay. Thank you. You don't have the particular fruit I want. It's from Zulakara. You don't have it though. It's okay. No worries.
Oh.
You can put me down. It's okay.
Of course. And she gently kind of sets you back down in the chair next to Ruka.
It's kind of...
Zulakara, I got to say, I haven't been that far south. What's it like? I've heard the mountains change with the seasons.
They do, yeah. Some places are habitable, but sometimes and not at others, so they move around a lot. Sometimes there's just, not water. So water's good. I'm glad we have water.
Water is good indeed. So you don't have houses then? I imagine if the land beneath you is changing, then you can't really build anything.
Nope. Sometimes we build temporary structures, but most of the time it's just, move from one place to another.
Oh. I have to admit, I think I love the idea of a steady hearth too much to be moving that much. But, you're a long way from home. Do you plan on going back? Or are you gone for good?
No, I need to go back, but I'm looking for my mother and father first. My brother's there, so I probably should go tell him I'm alive, but then I'd feel like I went home without doing what I need to do.
Oh, they don't know where you are. They think you're dead.
Yeah, we got separated during the human trafficking stuff. I guess not humans, but
dearie. I'm sorry, I didn't know. That's such a shame. If you were to just go missing, I guess they would never know, huh? And she looks over the bag of flour.
Oh God, no! Is fainting too dramatic? It might be. No, we'll go for it.
Excellent. Sketch just faint.
Keel's over.
Still getting his ship stomach, huh? He shouldn't have eaten those eggs so fast.
If there was any food left on Sketch's plate, I'm eating.
Excellent.
He probably hadn't quite finished his eggs. He was actually looking for some spices to add to them, but they don't have the spicy fruit he was looking for.
Ruko has come up close to you and squat down like he's poking a weird frog or something. He's like, Sketch? Hello?
Bone in the bag. No, put me in the bone. No, I don't want to be boned. I don't want to be bread.
Ruko just gets this weird look on his face.
Oh, that's a hell of a treat.
Getting bread?
Wake up with the gasp. Okay, good. Oof.
Ruko's just staring at you. And it's like, what the?
Hi. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna go on the deck.
Right. Suit yourselves.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm gonna use the little girl's room. You guys can watch the kitchen for a bit there.
Okay. Hey, Tex.
Yeah, Brett.
He doesn't want to be bred. That's what he dreams about. I'm so out of my element here.
I've never been to Zulukara. Maybe they make their people into bread.
Perhaps. I'm gonna just look at the counters and stuff and see if I see any human remains in bread. I guess.
Sure. Give me a perception check. No, it just looks like normal fucking bread. You don't see like human remains or anything.
Are you going to finish
Weird. He doesn't even need to respond. He just slides the plate over.
that? Just scarf it down.
Just little bits of bread and stuff. Alright, well, I should get back up top. I think.
Yeah. Time to run laps.
He walks a little faster, and then he sprints around the corner. And you realize that he's actually doing what you just told him to do in the attempt to escape that. So he walks a little slower.
I give him like 10 seconds head start. Then I start chasing after him.
Excellent.
Oh my god, you know that video with the cheetah running across the wall chasing that dude?
Oh, yeah.
Oh god, run for life.
Does Tex actually, what is his base move speed? Is he 30 feet?
No, 25 currently.
Oh, okay. I assume that he still just has, like, cat speed when he's chasing people around in short bursts.
I'll have fleet eventually, just like everybody else. So.
Excellent. Perfect. Alright, eventually he chases you out onto the deck, where you guys can see that there is now like a little spot of land on the horizon. You're not moving towards it so much as you're moving parallel to it, sticking close to the shores. But you can see that to the south there is just a little glimpse of the mainland of Eden. And you can also see, towering above you off in the distance, Mount Avalon. And next to Mount Avalon, you see, just barely visible to the naked eye from this distance, 7 floating cities. Magical cities that have been lifted up and surround Mount Avalon like a halo. One of them, the capital city of Eden City, and 6 of the next 6 biggest cities throughout the kingdom, which you've probably heard rumors did this at some point about 30 or 40 years ago. They literally uprooted themselves from the earth and retreated to Mount Avalon and circle around it. And it's a little strange. It's probably the first time for most of you ever seeing it actually in person, except possibly Sketch on your last kind of tour around with the circus. Just past that, you can see the floating islands of Akdima, way, way off in the distance. They kind of trail off into the horizon, almost like they have broken themselves free of Mount Avalon and then just drifted off into the sky, being carried away like balloons or smoke. And all of this is just barely visible to the naked eye, but it's kind of an interesting sight for those of you who have not seen the peak of magic on this planet for the first time. You can see that there are literally waves of energy that rise up from the mountain and up into the sky, kind of disseminating across it with a kind of a sparkle that is barely visible in the midday sun, but at night illuminates like a Christmas tree. Gigi sees all of you eventually step out. Was breakfast okay?
Yeah, it was good. I had egg.
Egg? A whole egg?
No, she wouldn't let me have the whole one. Key.
I don't know if you would have been able to handle it, but I'm glad you were at least able to try it. Lydia's a very good cook.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't have any of the bread though.
You should try it sometime. It's made with only the finest ingredients. We always look for the very best.
Yeah? Good to know.
Anyway, we'll be sneaking you to shore soon enough. That way nobody knows where you've landed.
Oh good, they thought that through. I had no clue how we were going to get around that.
Wait,
How long till we reach land?
Oh, by my estimate, it should be early tomorrow morning, if you guys can survive one more night aboard the ship.
The word
Sounds
survive rings in Sketch's head over and over again.
Sketch.
Huh?
Why are you acting so sketch?
Well, waits down. So, I was looking in the flour bag. I've heard that the giants use bones to make their bread. And I thought, oh, that's Steely. That's just a story. But I think I saw a hand, like a skeleton hand, in the flour bag.
Oh.
Now I was talking about finest ingredients and how they find the good ones. Oh no, they're making us eat it. You don't get, your bones don't get bigger when you get fat, so that's not what they're doing.
Oh dear. Maybe I'll check.
Sleep with one eye open and don't let them eat you.
I don't think they want to eat us.
Just our bones, and they have to eat the rest of it to be wasteful.
If anything, we need to worry about Tex. If he doesn't get food in a day, he will eat you.
Oh no. Okay, well, thankfully there's plenty of food on the ship, unless the giants eat it all or Tex eats it all.
My bet's on Tex.
Probably he ate a lot.
Tex, you probably just see them whispering and like
Yeah.
keeps looking back at you.
For sure.
Move your ass, brats. If you can move your
What?
lips, you can move your legs.
Ow!
Throw another stick at them.
Ow!
Not on the ankles.
How do you want me to move my ass? I'm so confused. Are you trying to teach me a dance? Do cats have dances?
Oh, God. You know what? You're fit enough.
Yeah? You think so? I do exercise a lot.
Well, you were at least able to run away.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a habit of it, but it's only 2 days. There's only so much improvement that we can make.
I want to see if I can steal a moment to speak with Gigi just real quick.
Yeah, of course. As you walk over, he kind of takes a moment to make sure the wheel is steady, and then he kneels down a little bit low. Well, what can I do for you?
Okay, you see, last night I was afraid of dying by sword and by barfing. So, what brings you to Eden? Where?
Oh, well, it's a little bit of a long story, but I'm going to see an old friend. A small one like you. Although he is about twice your size, he's only small relative to me. He's a Leonin man, Darbin. I doubt that you would have heard of him, although he had some days long ago, 20 or 30 years ago, when he was a bit of an adventurer. I haven't spoken to him in almost a decade now. I heard that he's trying to start something or another, and that he got married. I wanted to congratulate him and see him.
Noble. Alright. How do you know Tex? He's so tiny.
Gigi is always wearing this iron mask that has just kind of a pleasant smile carved into it and vacant eyes, although you can see that there is just a little glint of real eyes behind those eyes. And you see just a little bit of a twinkle that shines through, and although his expression doesn't change, you can see his head turns, just kind of a look over towards Tex and then back to you. I have known Tex long enough to know that I shouldn't be telling you everything, or he'll be very upset with me. But
He's upset with everything going.
it does seem like that is the case, doesn't it? I must admit he is very cross a lot of the time, but I think that sometimes people hide parts of themselves and show anger when they're afraid to show the other part. I would never say this to his face, of course. But
Right.
to answer your question, he delivered the mail for me for a long time, and he was, to be quite frank, kind of bad at it. He was clearly not just a regular cat, but was working with the faculties of a regular cat, and so I made him a little backpack. That way he could more easily lug the mail around. In a little holster so that he could carry that knife with him. And I got him that hand recently so that he could do
Yeah.
things more easily.
About that. What?
Oh, the hand.
Yeah. It's been looking at me. Kind
The
of weird.
hand has been looking at you.
It feels like it's looking at me.
I should certainly hope that's not the case. I think it's a dead hand.
Well, yes, but what's it do?
Well, I got that from another friend of mine, somebody who was with the same group of adventurers. Rita, she was a very good wizard. She specialized in helping people...
Hand stealing. Oh, never mind.
No, quite the opposite, actually. She was always very concerned with those who needed an extra hand, or a leg, or an eye, or whatever they were missing. She worked to try to use magic to help those people to live more full lives. Eventually, she quit adventuring when the guild stopped getting funded by Eden, and went to Exisas. I heard that she was trying to start a school, but I don't know how that went. I haven't spoken to her in almost a decade.
Huh. Wexisas. Only heard stories.
Oh, I've been only once or twice. It is a beautiful place in its own way. It's very dry, but they have tremendous amounts of transmutation magic. I have been able to do things there that I couldn't do anywhere else in the world. Fires have been hotter, iron has been more pliable. It really is a place of magic, not unlike the rest of the wildlands, but in a way that feels more akin to what I do, working with the earth.
You know of a place with relaxation magic? Dex could use it. I could
Relax.
too, honestly.
Truthfully, I think that you've just left that place. The Hiddleland is one of the quietest places in the wildland. The furthest from war, the most fertile crops. I don't know if you'll find such safety anywhere else.
Ruko's got this stiff smile. He looks at the floating mountains behind him. He just nods. Yeah. Great.
Chin up. You'll grow thick skin as you wander through these lands, and I'll be close by, at least for the start of it.
Okay. Well, you're pleasant to speak with. I appreciate it.
Of course. I do my best. I admit I'm not the greatest with people, but I at least try to be able to hold a conversation. I think it's important that not everything bigger than you be seen as scary all the time.
Yeah. I fear little things sometimes.
Like spiders.
No, like, never mind. Hey, it's good.
I've always wondered, I go about my day not even thinking about things like mice, but to you they must be huge, the size of your hand almost. Do you think about mice often?
Not really, but Tex has been getting good with a stick, and sometimes I fear sticks.
Oh. Well, I mean, this whole boat is made of sticks. I'm very sorry.
Well, sticks wielded by wee little demons.
Oh,
He's glaring at Tex over there.
He's a demon now.
Yeah, sometimes.
News to me. Well, do your best to keep him under control. We don't take too kindly to demons aboard our ship.
It's a metaphor.
I see.
Okay, bye. He's gonna skitter.
Excellent. What's Sketch getting up to?
While Ruko is distracting Gigi, he climbs up the mast and goes on top of one of these sails up here and hides.
Oh my lord. So, it's worth pointing out, on a normal ship, the tallest mainsail is probably a good 40 or 50 feet, which is pretty tall. On these, it's probably closer to 110 to 130. You're essentially at the top of a 13-floor building right now. And you're a very good climber, but I would like at least one acrobatics check to see how this goes.
Okay.
Truthfully, it should probably be like an endurance check, but you're a good climber.
This is how Sketch dies.
Yeah, truly. Yeah,
First character death.
You fall from 130 feet, it doesn't matter, and you land in water.
Minecraft.
That is quite good, though. Yeah, no, it's actually, I mean, it's built to be climbed. They have rigging if you'd prefer to use that, but even on the pole, they have a ladder. And you do see that just like everything else, they have a giant-sized ladder and then a smaller one right next to it. And from way up here, you can actually see a pretty good distance across the horizon. You can see a few more of the islands of Octima. You can see a better view of Mount Avalon and the cities that circle around it. From up here, you can see that there is just a host of seagulls that have gathered and roosted within the sails. The wind is strong from up here, and you do see that there is another giant on the foremast over here, who kind of spots you and gives you just a little wave, and he does call across, "Hey, be careful!"
He'll hunker down a little bit, like whenever you call out a cat from across the room.
Oh, excellent, okay. And he smiles, and he goes back to his business.
Wow. The view up here is not bad either. Huh. Okay. If anyone asks, I was just looking at the view.
Perfect.
After a while, he'll probably cautiously come back in and come down. They'd find him up here anyway.
Excellent.
Suddenly in your head, you hear Ruko literally in your ear. Sketch! What are you doing?
Oh god. Thankfully, at this point, he got into the ladder, probably slips down a few rungs and catches himself.
Right.
Ah!
Be careful.
Have I encountered magic like this before?
Almost certainly. This would be pretty common amongst the folks that you interacted with back home. And you would know that you can respond to it.
I was getting a better look from on top of the sails. I'm good. I'm coming down.
Okay, he'll watch you go down. Half expecting you to fall or do something, but you're a circus boy, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. Just for funsies, give me a fort save. Sketch.
What's happening?
By the time that you have gone up and down 13 stories on a ladder, you are, like, wobbly. Your arms are shaking, your legs are shaking. But you do make it down safely. But you are, like, all of your limbs are sore from that experience. It is a hike to get up and down a ladder that far.
Really pretty view, but I wouldn't do it unless you want to take a nap after.
Did you see anything good?
I can see some islands in the distance. There were some seagulls nesting up there.
Did you eat it?
No, you don't eat seagulls.
Oh.
They're the rats of the sea, and you shouldn't eat rats either. There were rats at the circus, and if you ate those, oof, they'd eat you back.
Oh no. They
From the
eat
inside.
funnel cakes. Okay, well, Ruko's just kind of pacing. He's just nervous. This is a weird. We're on a giant floating piece of wood with giants, and everything's giant, and his fear is gigantic because we're also going to some giant floating mountains.
True.
But it'll be okay. I don't think they're going to eat us right now. If they do, it'll be like tomorrow.
I have no fear for the giants. It's just the Eden. You hear stories about this place all the time.
I've been there before
Dangerous.
once, right?
You have. You passed through Famador. You would know from your travels that Eden is fucking dangerous. Even Famador is kind of like a little bit risky, but they have been stable enough that cities are willing to at least trade with them. They have strong walls that keep the monsters out. Setting foot on mainland Eden is an adventurer's job. You do that, or you hire a mercenary crew and hope that you get lucky. It is crawling with incredibly dangerous and powerful monsters.
Yeah, Eden can be kind of scary, but at least Famador has big walls, so we shouldn't deal with any monsters, so that's good. Right?
Sure. Lisa is completely unconvinced.
I've been there
We're gonna
before and
get
I didn't
eaten.
die. Look, I'm here.
Okay. Well, I want to go terrorize somebody who's trying to have their own peace somewhere.
Tex, what are you up to during all this as they start to find a victim?
After Sketch climbs back down, it inspires me. Oi, Brett, climb the mast.
Me? Why?
It'll help you work out those chicken legs.
Oh, look at them chicken legs, huh? He's just grumbling to himself, and at some point you hear like little drumsticks. Probably talking about your back legs.
I'll try and climb up too.
Excellent. You guys can both give me a fortitude save.
I will, if I'm getting too wobbly, I will pause and go back down.
Understood.
I'm not about to fall off this thing.
Understood. Tex, yeah, you're in good shape. You're a great climber. The ladder is a little awkward for you, but you're very nimble, and, you're just able to kind of hop from rung to rung to rung. It's probably, honestly, a little easier for you to use the Giants one and just do a bunch of kitty cat jumps instead of trying to do the awkward shuffle up a human-sized ladder.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to refer to everything that you do as kitty cat X. That's the adjective for you.
I must be blind.
It should be in the middle left of the front page, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, middle left of the front page. Fortitude saves, blue box.
Oh!
That's pretty good, actually, yeah. It's a workout for sure, going up 13 stories, but you're able to get up, and you feel like you have enough energy to get down safely, although it's going to be a good workout on the way down, too. But likewise...
I won't be beat by this cat.
True. Tex, do you have an actual climb speed? I'm sure you can just blaze past him, right?
Not yet.
Not yet, gotcha.
But I do have my climbing tail, so I do get a +2 bonus to my athletics checks to climb.
Yeah. Tex makes this look so easy.
Hey, Feroxes have useful tails. I think. No, okay, he gets beat.
Alright. As you make your way back down, is there anything else that you wanted to do tonight? You said you were talking about going find some people to terrorize.
Probably that, passively, or unless I'm like wandering and I kind of catch sight of somebody who looks like they got some spice to their life. I don't know, some stories written in their face.
Sure, give me a perception
If
check.
there's any.
Yeah. It's perhaps a little disappointing to Ruko when he finds that most of the people aboard the ship are kind of just doing their jobs aboard the ship. And Gigi, for instance, is a blacksmith. He's not a sailor. But while he's aboard the ship, he's just doing his duties aboard the ship, and that's kind of all his focus is on. And you kind of get the impression that because the giant population, and especially the seafaring giant population, is so small, they all just kind of have to pitch in and do their best, rather than sitting around and telling stories and really fraternizing with the other people aboard the ship. Which is not to say that they don't have interesting lives, they just seem a little preoccupied at the moment. There are a few other regular-sized people. You see that there is kind of a darker-skinned merchant who looks like he's probably from the deserts in this room all by himself, who's currently just, it looks like he's, for lack of a better term, doing taxes or paperwork or something incredibly boring like that. You can see that he has an abacus set up next to him and he's just doing a bunch of math. And he almost looks like a little, not quite to the level of annoyed, but he's hoping that you don't interact with him so he can stay focused. And then up here you see that there is a couple. It appears to be just a very lovey couple that is spending a lot of time huddling up next to each other and whispering to each other. And they look at you and they wave pleasantly, but then they go back to talking to each other. And kind of, maybe a little disappointingly, there's not a ton of people that just look like they're super eager to chat you up. And I
want to look for other ships.
Okay, sure, give me a perception check.
He's like passively trying to figure out if there's any way like we can make a connection to like get the heck out of Eden if need be. It's very meager chance, but he's got nothing better to do but panic and
for sure.
Extended time period.
Right, he's trapped aboard this ship. He has been on this ship for a total of 24 hours, and he is already going crazy. He's got full cabin fever.
I don't. How many 7? Wait.
It's a lot of 7. Most of the time is pretty uneventful. You do actually see a couple of ships every now and then, although they keep a very wide berth, knowing that the Big Blue certainly cannot turn very quickly, and especially when they're running on sails rather than oars. So you watch as they kind of drift by a good long distance away. Dwarfed by the size of this ship, you almost look down at about the eye level with the top of their sails from here. And eventually the sun starts to set, and you realize that you are probably going to be trapped on this ship for another night.
But I'm not barfing.
That's true.
great.
What are you looking for? You can see the ship's better up high.
Ruko lifts both of his arms, and they're a little bit wobbly because he climbed earlier. I'm good.
Okay.
You know, I got a death wish. Be free.
No, that was just... No, okay, that's fine.
But if you do, tell me what you see.
Okay, I might go up again in a little bit, but... I was just curious what you were looking for.
He just gets this long, distant look on back over the ocean waves. I'll tell you when I find it.
Ooh, okay. Sounds mysterious.
Huh? Oh, sorry. No, I just do that a lot.
Maybe that makes you a mysterious person, then.
He starts trying a little too hard to look mysterious looking out in the middle of the ocean.
I assume that this is kind of a practiced thing for Ruka, right? Surely this is part of the act, is looking mysterious.
Yeah, it sure is, and sometimes he just does this.
Slips into it on accident.
Yeah, it's not. It's like hardly like an act, like something he has to click into. It's just like he's just good at it. He likes doing it. Not like he's trying to. I don't know. He's weird. He's a weird creature. I don't know. Never seen a Feroxa before.
Weird little
I
guy.
don't know. He's got weird stuff going on.
Eventually the sky turns orange. There's a dinner bell, and you see that a lot of the giants start to go in shifts to enjoy dinner. If you guys would like any, it's some sort of a stew, and they're willing to basically just take a chunk of each bit of vegetable and meat that is in the stew and then cut it down into finer pieces for the three of you to split. If you indulge.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yes.
Is it in a bread bowl?
It's not, but there's croutons.
The crouton's big enough to make a bread bowl out of?
For you guys, yeah, absolutely.
They come in
You're
bread
gonna
bowls.
pick out the croutons and offer them to the other two.
I eat them
Perfect. Wonderful.
without hesitation.
Excellent. You can put
Hex,
down 2
you're
marks
going to
of
die.
cannibalism on your character sheet.
Oh!
Just kidding.
What?
Tex can't. You have to be a cat.
Oh, that's
Cat
true.
bones.
It's not cannibalism if you're a cat. Dinner is delicious. It's a little spicy. It's very hearty. And once you guys are done, the sun has most of the way set. The sky turns sort of a dark blue and then eventually begins to fade to black. The weather is pretty clear again tonight. The stars are shining overhead. The moon is at its peak. You guys are crossing over into the new month. The light shines down brightly, even through the porthole as you guys make your way towards bed. Is there anything you do before you pass out?
I go have like a fourth meal.
You make your way over into the kitchen, and you find that Lydia is kind of just relaxing and reading a book. Oh, sweetie, can I get you something?
More food.
More food? Oh, I swear you're the smallest thing on the ship. You're going to eat me out. What?
Just look at the like racks of food.
Well,
I
what
think that
you
would
like?
take me a very long time.
I believe in you with all of my heart that you could do it. Is there anything in particular you'd like?
Something I haven't tried yet.
Do you like spicy food?
Did I hear spicy food?
Yeah, she's got a loud voice.
I've never tried any. The brat has a very sensitive palate.
Oh, he's one of those,
No,
is he?
I don't.
No? Well, how brave are you feeling?
pan.
He's fearless. He wouldn't even get tiger stripes painted on his face.
Are you supposed to be our favorite fearless hero without stripes?
Right?
Take anything you can offer. He's dead again.
Well, let me see what I can do. Give me a moment. And she's going to go over to a little crate, and she grabs this large orange pepper that's kind of wrinkled and dried and leathery. And she gets her pan, and she throws like a little dollop of oil onto it, and simmers it and salts it, cuts into thin strips. And she sets in front of you, each of you, a strip of this pepper about the size of like a normal-sized banana. I must caution you to pace yourselves. If you need, the head's over there. And I'll get some bread ready. And some milk.
I'll just get that done preemptively, because I'm sure it's being asked for.
Oh, it's coming, yep.
Yeah.
Do you use human milk? I didn't ask that earlier.
No, is it good? I've never tried.
I've never tried it either. I didn't know what kind of milk it was. I just took a guess.
And
That's weird.
and your guess was human milk. No,
Yeah.
we have yaks.
You use the yak bones to make the flour.
Yak bones in the flour? No. Why would we put bones in our flour?
Isn't that how flour is made?
Oh, dearie. Dearie, how do you make... You've made bread before, haven't you?
We don't really have the water to do that, so no.
Ah, no, it's made from wheat. Or, sometimes corn or other grains. Bone meal is good for plants, though. So, in a sense, the plants eat the bone meal, and then we eat the plants.
Oh, okay.
Really leaning into the act, huh, kid?
What act?
I just keep eating.
Tex, it's a slow building heat. I'll let you decide with a 15 what Tex's spice tolerance is like. I don't know if he is particularly resilient against this sort of thing. I'd put it like
how DCs in the system work.
Yeah, it's like a step up from a Serrano, which I would probably put at like 12 to enjoy and 16 to enjoy with no trouble at all from the spice. Like you could just shovel them in.
He's probably struggling a bit then, but also he loves food. He's a little talker.
He's a little gremlin.
Yeah, he just likes food.
Perfect.
Uh-oh.
Fully making little cat eating noises.
Sketch, spicy food is pretty common in Zulukara. This one hits a little different, though. It's more of a slow build as opposed to an all-at-once kind of in-your-face thing like you would find on the eastern borders over by Unma. And so I assume that you get a little overconfident with this one, and you kind of just go all in all at once. And it isn't until the last couple of bites that you realize, like, oh shit, my eyes are watering. Like, this is a lot. It's more of like a stomach rumbling kind of spice instead of a nasal spice.
Yeah, I would imagine he put a little bit on. He's like, oh, that was nothing. Okay, I can use more than this. Puts a lot more on. Yeah, and then just regrets it about 3/4 of the way through whatever he's eating.
Absolutely. And then Aruko, if you try any of the pepper, give me a fortitude save.
Oh, it's pepper nut sauce.
Oh boy.
Yeah, she's kind of like just sort of julienne to pepper, basically, and fried it up with some salt.
Okay.
Kind of the same as Tex. It's enjoyable. It's maybe like right at the edge of what you would tolerate. But it's pleasant. You have to pace yourself a bit. Probably pace it out with some bread along the way.
Oh, that's what it is. Sketch still doesn't eat the bread.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. So Sketch is just powering through without any bread. Eventually, belly's full. You guys make your way to sleep. Are you guys doing kind of the same arrangement?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Can I sleep on the opposite side of Tex so I don't accidentally squish him again?
I sleep on Ruko's chest, so.
Oh, well. That's fine then. I'll just make sure I fall asleep on my stomach with the pillow. You're not using
He'll
that
get you
pillow, I'll
back.
use it.
Ruko stuffs his shirt with like a pillowcase or something, or like just like some extra cloth or a scarf that he had from his bag, just so that when Tex inevitably tries to destroy him by getting comfortable with his claws, it won't destroy him.
Correct. This is a real-life strategy that I use all the time.
Yep.
You gotta have a buffer there to keep the cat cozy. Eventually, you drift off to sleep. Tex, I need a will save, please.
Why did I do this to myself?
I don't know. You tell me.
Start asking for con saves from Jupe every fucking night.
It is a restless night. There is not nearly so vivid a dream as there was last night. But you have these occasional flashing images. The thing that is different in these dreams, you see that Edelweiss is kind of going through this routine once again, but this time as they enter the cave, their teeth are sharp and pointed. Their eyes are completely jet black. And they kind of go through almost the exact same routine of asking if you're well, asking about people who have recently gone missing, asking if you know anything about them. And then eventually you see the hands begin to reach and just pull them apart bit by bit as they seem unfazed. And eventually you all startle awake as you feel the ship kind of lurch a little to the side and a giant bell, like a church bell, ringing outside. The first light of morning is peeking in through the windows, and you can hear the sound of trees rustling, seagulls cawing. Still a little ways in the distance, but you can tell that you are anchored near shore. There is a thumping of heavy footsteps, and then the door comes open, and you hear Gigi's voice. When you are ready, we can make land.
I shoot up, claws dig into the pillow.
Take your time, grab some food first. It will be a long trek. We will be walking for maybe 5 or 6 hours at least.
Oh, right. Alright, we go to the food hall.
Yeah, I'm going to eat.
Alright. You guys have yourself a nice breakfast. If you'd like to have a conversation, you certainly can. Otherwise, you'll get geared up and get ready to make landfall.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to ask for something that's not an egg, but what else is there to eat for breakfast? There's eggs, there's like sweet stuff like funnel cake.
Children.
No. Yeah, okay. Maybe I shouldn't ask. Maybe I don't want to know.
I mean, that's basically what eggs are, right?
Well.
Yeah, true.
Well, Ruko stuffs his face like this is his last meal.
Who knows, it might be. After some time, you guys gather all your food, gather your supplies, gather your weapons if you have any, anything that you've accrued aboard the ship. And when you're ready, Gigi helps you onto a very large lifeboat that is, or rowboat rather, that is about the size of a small fishing boat for you. It kind of sets you down gently, make sure everybody's in. Are you ready? Once we make land, we'll want to get into the jungle and away from the water quickly.
Wait, I'm gonna go ask if I can get like one big grape. That way we can have a snack later.
That's probably a good idea.
I'll go get my big grape and I'll come back.
Alright, you run back in and ask for a big grape. And she finds one of the smaller grapes in the bunch, which is about the size of a beach ball, and lowers it down to you. Being mostly made of water, it's too heavy, so then she slices it in half. And she kind of like very briefly just dips the exposed half into a pile of salt to keep it fresh for a bit, and then you have half of an enormous grape.
Thank you. going to put that in my inventory and never forget about it.
Perfect. It's probably like 10 days of rations, although it's going to go bad way before then. You are lowered back down with your half a giant grape, and you begin to make for land. There are a couple of other giants that come with you, although it sounds like they're going in a different direction once they hit the shore. And eventually, you row up onto the beach. Gigi steps off with the three of you, the two giants go their own way, and then the one remaining giant begins to sail the ship, or row the ship back. And you are left on the beach of Eden, just a little bit southwest of Famador. We should move quickly. Let's get into cover. Things drink near these waters.
Okay, cool. Yeah, normal beach.
I jump up onto Ruko's shoulder.
Perfect.
You heard the
Gigi.
man.
Almost.
Gigi,
Yes.
can you do me a favor?
What's that?
Can you let me stand on your hand and just lift your hand all the way up above your head so I can get an aerial view? The X on my shoulder.
Certainly. He picks you all three up, actually, initially, and kind of just holds you in his palms until you get to the cover of trees. And then once you reach the tree line, he makes sure that you're all well balanced. Be steady now, no sudden movements, I can't see you very well. And lifts his arms all the way up, which probably puts you about, like, 60, 65 feet off of the ground.
Oh boy, as we're going up, Ruko feels like he's made the worst decision of his life. But he's really happy to be all the way up once he's there.
Once we get going, we're going to want to stay a little quiet. Many things would be happy to eat at least the three of you here. They might have some trouble with me, but they would not hesitate to try.
All right.
And you begin your trek. Gigi is very happy to just kind of carry you for a lot of it. The journey would be much longer if he had to move at your speed, and his giant strides are much less taxing than yours, although his big size also makes it much harder to navigate through some of the denser forest. So for a lot of the trek, he has to kind of follow streams, places where there is enough of an opening for him to get through. In many cases, he even just kind of kicks over smaller trees and clears a path like we might through tall grass or something like that.
Whoa. How different is the forest and trees here compared to Blemadil?
Tremendously. This is probably one of your first times seeing a truly tropical forest. The trees here are very tall. They're very wet a lot of the time. They are very deep, rich green. Their leaves tend to kind of all rise up to a fixed level canopy where they kind of form like boundaries with each other and let just little cracks of light through, rather than forming kind of a solid mesh like a more temperate forest might. They are also just awash with life, some of which you recognize as natural, although you've probably never seen a monkey except for when you went to the circus yesterday. You hear them in the distance, and every now and then you even catch one swinging around. There are brightly colored birds and bugs and snakes, many of which are only barely visible from 60 feet up, or I guess he would probably hold you at the side for about 30 feet. But nonetheless, even moving at an enormous speed, and from a great height, you still see that the place just crawls with life. You also hear noises, strange noises, not only of wildlife, but every now and then these big booming roars, and every time one of those happens, Gigi kind of slows his pace and freezes, and you hear all of the other wildlife do the same. It's wild to hear this rainforest kind of go from this vibrant, ever-churning drone of noises to completely silent for 10 or 15 seconds. And then slowly, things drone back up, and the life returns to the forest once again. And this goes on for a couple of hours, and Gigi's content to just sort of move cautiously and as quietly as he can, although the earth trembles with every footstep that he takes.
What do you think that was?
I'll admit I was adding the grape to my inventory with the description, so I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you can't fit
Something
that
that's
stupid
ready
grape
to-
in your bag. It's too big.
Something that's ready to kill both of you.
Hey, you're looking like a snack out here, just like us.
Smaller snack, but still a snack.
I'd barely
More
make a
subtle.
stack.
You are probably like that bit that's just gonna get stuck between their teeth.
Yeah, because it'd be
You-
really annoying. Yeah.
You're like a broccoli.
Do you often eat grasshoppers?
They're
If they
okay
piss me off.
sometimes.
Well, I imagine I'm a grasshopper to that thing.
Okay, then he'd need to eat like a whole handful of you for it to even matter.
Doesn't matter. But, you know. This place is so strange. Hey, and I'm not afraid to eat a bug out of spite.
As you guys
Go for it.
continue through the rainforest for a while, there is a point where there is a roar that sounds quite close to you. And looking down, Gigi points out a handful of tracks. They appear to be kind of lizard-like but bipedal, sharp claws that dig in at the front of each of these 3 toes. I think that we should stay very quiet for a time. If anything happens, I just want you. And as he says this, you look and see a shape, a face, a pair of beady eyes emerge at basically eye level with you, which puts it 25, 30 feet off the ground, as a creature bursts out from the tree line.
Oh, boy.
And Gigi calls out, run!
So
Wait, as we had first heard it, I wanted to start casting something on Gigi.
Absolutely.
Is this possible?
Yeah, go for it, go for it.
I'm gonna give him guidance. Because I'm scared, and we are literally, our fates are in his hands, because we are in his hands, and now we're running, I guess.
Well, I'm going to put you in his hands for a moment. I don't know why I thought for even a second that you guys would ride on your own 2 feet, like God intended, through this jungle. When clearly that was never going to happen.
Anyways.
Wonderful, okay. You see this creature emerge and charge towards all of you. Let's roll some
oh
initiative.
god.
What is that?
It is this enormous lizard-like bipedal creature with sharp claws on its front forearm, a mouth that clearly betrays its alien nature. It splits in the middle of the top of its jaw, or its beak, and forms these 2 large toothy fangs. And then from its bottom jaw, there is a large tooth that is thin like a blade that kind of bisects through the split in his top jaw. And it creates almost like this staple remover effect, where it looks like it is meant to clamp down and just rip and tear. It has these 2 beady little eyes that just look at you lifeless, but have clearly identified that there is something tasty here to snack on. You can see bumps that run down all the way the length, or the full length of its back and down its tail. And from the middle of its shoulder blades, a pair of what look like dragonfly wings, although they are far, far too small for this thing to actually fly. And this thing is enormous. It is almost chest height with Gigi himself.
What the?
Terrifying.
Boy. Yeah. So, I already cast something. We're gonna do initiative, right?
Yeah, and I'll let you throw that guidance out beforehand. I've already dragged guidance on to Gigi.
Excellent.
So feel free to just queue up for initiative and we'll get going. Ooh, that's pretty good.
Whoa.
This is fortunate and kind of appropriate. Gigi goes first, and seeing that this thing is charging towards all of you, he is going to spend 1 action to kind of move and interpose, and he throws his arm up to let this thing bite him, as he holds his other hand, the one containing all of you, back and lowers it down to the ground for you guys to step on. And will essentially use his turn to set you down and tell you to find some cover or run or something like that.
Oh boy.
Ruko, you are the next to act.
Do I have? Okay, yes, I do have to. All right. Well, I started casting the guidance thing that just happened before he set us down, and now, as we run through the forest. Oh boy. I don't know. You get this sense of like this weird confidence, like Ruko's playing an act, like he's maybe the impression isn't clear, but he's like impersonating somebody who would be confident in this situation.
Absolutely.
And he's like, he points swiftly with sketch, and he like points out a good area to hide real quick, potentially. And he's just getting this everything mustered and ready. He starts casting. He starts doing things. He's doing inspire courage for the group.
Excellent.
Wait, let me cast that.
Alright, let's drag this out.
I don't know. He's doing his best to show a little confidence and also trying to cantrip that too.
Absolutely, and it's well practiced. You are, in a way, very used to being out of your element and behaving like you're not.
Yeah. Shit hits the fan literally all the time. There we go.
Absolutely. That takes one of your actions. You have 2 left. Would you like to do anything else? You see that there are some boulders nearby to hide from.
I'm going to go to the boulders.
Excellent.
Try to find a nice little nook or something underneath or around to hide in, give me some defense. So that's a movement, and then is hiding itself an action?
It sure is.
It is.
Alright. Oh jeez, I guess that's... Wait. Yep, okay, hide.
Alright, excellent. Let's see a stealth check for your hide attempt. Normally this would be secret, but I'm going to play it open while we learn the system.
I kind of like it being open.
Legit.
Oh jeez, that's not on these fancy buttons. We're so good at this game, guys. Oh my god.
We'll figure it out. We're learning.
Stealth check. So. And I'm sneaky. I'm not. Well, I'm sort of sneaky.
As you duck behind, you can see this creature begins to charge forward, and he's just at eye level with Gigi's chest, which puts him kind of looming over you and easily able to see over this rock. It's pretty clear to you that he can still see you.
Well, hell.
But I believe that is 3 actions, which brings it to the Jinchurak's turn. Let's do this. He's got a big tasty target in front of him. You watch as this creature uses 1 action to continue charge. And then with the second action is going to bite down. Gigi kind of puts his arm up as if to accept the hit, just so that this thing bites him instead of you guys. Clamps down and takes 19 points of damage. You watch as Gigi begins to bleed from his forearm where the blades pierce it. He calls back to you, go, find cover. The Jinchurak is going to use its final action to grab Gigi, grappling him. That brings us to Tex.
Don't know if you noticed from the other night, but running isn't the brat's forte. I am going to take a run, a stride. There, and then it's not going to work, but I'm going to attempt an intimidation check on the Jinchurak.
I love that. Let's see it.
I have intimidating glare, so like eyes flash green a little bit. Yeah. That tracks.
That tracks for sure. You like flash your eyes over to this thing, and this thing with its jaws still clamped around Gigi's forearm just like does a twist of its head so that one of its dead cold little red eyes is looking right at you, and roars around Gigi's arm. There's like disgusting monster spit and phlegm that begins to pour out through the roar. It's terrifying. He does not mind you one bit.
I bolt with my last action.
Alright, excellent. That brings us to Sketch. This thing is right over top of you, biting down on the Gigi.
Oh god. First action will be to stride over here behind this tree. Oh man. What do I do? I'll turn around and cast a spell. Sketch is going to hold one of his hands aloft and kind of just draw the moisture in the air into kind of a big floating bubble. He's going to shoot it over at Gigi and cast Rousing Splash, giving him some tip HP.
Ooh, excellent.
If I can figure out how to get it to cast. Oh, push the cast button. That'll do it.
That'll do. Let's see, 1d4 temporary hit points will flash for a minute, and then they are immune for 10 minutes. Let's see. Four temporary hit points. Wonderful.
Cool.
Alright, perfect. That brings us back to the top of the round. Gigi, what can you do, my friend? Gigi is going to reach down to one of the oars that he has brought with him, and he's just going to start beating this thing on the head.
Yeah.
Thanks to Inspire Courage. Oh, he just hits anyway. He just starts thumping and thumping for 21 points of damage. He is going to use his second action to try to escape the grab, which I believe is this again, but with a -5. He shakes and he shakes and he tries to get this thing off of him, but he is unable. And so he's going to use his third action to just uppercut this fucker. Ooh, not great. He seems to be struggling a bit, and you can see that he turns and motions for you to get as far. Like, go, do not wait for me. Ruko, what do you do?
I hate that. You're gonna half listen to him and go a little further away. Let's see. Wait. Let me check something real quick. Okay. 60. Alright, I'm gonna just go 5, 10, 15. Alright, so that would be one action. And let me measuring tool. Distance, math, geometry.
I believe.
Shit. Okay, wait. Before he moves, he's going to fire a phase bolt at this guy, and then use the rest of his action to run. Is that a thing you can do?
Absolutely, for sure.
I remember there being something about movement. All right, here we go.
Moving 30 feet is one action. You can move up to 90 feet in a turn by using all three
Excellent.
actions to run.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't forget
Ruko
to
summons this.
hover over
What?
this thing and target it, and then hit that attack. Tell us what the face bolt looks like. I think this is the first magic we've seen you cast. You do have real magic.
I do. Did that target him?
It did.
Oh,
Or no,
okay.
it did not target him. With that said, an 11 is a big old miss. But tell us what it looks like anyway.
Great. Ruko. He gets out of. He has his blades sort of going like these S-shaped blades. He twirls them real quick, and then he there's like this twinkling light, like this kind of violet sheen, color, sparkling sort of magic aura coming from the underside of the leaves and the darkness underneath all the shrubbery and bushes, and it summons them up into this piercing looking dagger of energy, and then he does this quick incantation with his hands and he shoots it, and it whizzes right between his legs.
So what it actually does is it hits near the shoulder blade. It's hard to hit this thing. It's the size of a house. But as the dagger sticks in, it's like a little cactus thorn. Like, it just kind of sticks there and seems to not really even phase this creature.
But it's phase bolt. What do you mean? Okay, he runs.
Alright, you turn to run. As you were running, we watch the skin where the dagger kind of sunk in begin to ripple. And we watch as the Dinsharat kind of turns its eyes towards the three smaller little tasty snacks that are running away. And it clamps down and uses all three of its actions to begin to vibrate its wings. And as it does, the little bumps on the back of its spine and running down its tail begin to open. And pouring out from all of these new holes are tiny little babies, which begin to screech and flap their buzzy little dragonfly wing, which are appropriately sized for their smaller larval state, as they begin to track towards you guys.
Oh. I will eat one of these out of spite.
I kind of figured you might when you said that.
Oh, great.
Oh, and they both act next. Let's go. Here we go. Alright, this first one is going to begin skittering. Oh, they're quite fast. That's wonderful. First action, stride. Second action, stride. And with the third action, this swarm, you watch as it begins to intercept Tex, wraps over him like a cloud, and begins to gnash and bite and claw with these tiny little paperclip remover mouths that they have. Tex, I need a reflex save. That is a save. You take half of 3 points of damage for a grand total of 1. Nicely done. That brings us to our second swarm. First action strike. Second action strike. Engulfing sketch. Sketch, I need a reflex. That is a critical success. You take no points of damage. And
Oh yeah.
Tex, you're up.
Cool. Well, I'm going to draw my little knife. And then I'm going to make some attacks on these things. I'm going to target you first.
Oh no. There's just too many of them. They buzz around in every which direction. You feel like you get one or two of their wings, but there's no visible, slightening of this swarm. Second one is also... does that have your bard thing in it?
That expired.
Oh, it did already expire. Okay, just kidding.
Well, I have 2 more actions. No, I have 1 more action. So I might as well just take another attack at these things, because fuck it.
I believe.
We're level 1. I have no abilities.
Yeah, we're in baby mode. Off by 2. Unfortunately, there's just too many. The cloud washes over you, and you are unable to pierce any of them down.
Cool.
That brings us over to Sketch. Sketch, you are likewise engulfed by these tiny biters.
Okay. Take 1 action to step out of the tiny biters.
Alright, thankfully they don't seem to have the ability to do an attack of opportunity.
Okay. I'm going to use lightning arc next, but is there like a disadvantage or anything because I'm next to it, or?
Nope. So some spells, anything with a hand component, a somatic component, might trigger an attack of opportunity if they could do that, but there's no other disadvantages. Same for ranged attacks.
Okay, cool. Good to know. So casting this spell, Sketch is just going to take his claws and kind of rake through the air, and some static lightning kind of builds up. He'll then point towards the swarm and the swarm beyond it and cast Lightning Arc.
Alright, excellent. Lightning flips through the two of them.
I think they need reflex saves.
Sure do. That is one failure. Just barely. And a success. The ones close to you, you watch as several of them just drop like they've flown into a bug zapper.
Five lightning.
In the background, there is a little bit of lightning that flies just around Tex, and a couple of those drop as well. Alright, I believe that's three actions. That brings us back to Gigi. Rather than remain flat-footed, I think he's going to use his first action to try to break free. There we go. He is able to break free with this first one, and then he is actually going to come over with a step, grab this boulder, and he is just going to try to bash this thing's head in with the boulder.
Oh, yeah!
Fuck yeah, GG.
Oh, no! Unfortunately,
no,
this thing is quite nimble, and it just kind of ducks over as the rock slams down into the earth between the two of them. That brings us to Ruko.
Can I do 2 spells in a turn?
Absolutely, if you have the actions for it, for sure.
Okay. Well, with that dramatic performance of lifting an absolutely massive boulder and smashing this thing,
Yep.
or trying to, Ruko just hypes up the ambience. He's like, "Strike him down!" He's getting real into it. He's yeah, I don't know. He's trying to rally everybody. Going back with this, inspire courage.
Perfect. Everybody can grab a fresh one of those over.
And he's also gonna do the another guidance onto our overlord here because God, he's cool.
So I think I'd need to double check. I think once you do it once, they're immune for an hour, so
That's
he
true.
can't be hitting.
That's true. That's true.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And instead, he's gonna do Hold on. How do you encourage a cat to eat a bug?
Oh, man, you tell me.
Come on, Tex, just eat it! Eat it! Guidance, I guess.
Perfect.
And, so guidance on Tex, and Ruko's gonna also try to help out Tex a little here. Oh wait, moving will be, yeah, never mind.
So you did one action Inspire Courage, one action Guidance. You still have a third action that you could use to move if
I
you
have a
want.
third action.
Sure do.
Now, I can't strike these bugs from where I'm standing, on either end of me, right?
Correct. You would need a reach weapon.
Oh, so, okay. Getting a wee bit fucked by the 5-foot little step right there. I guess I'll just do nothing.
I'll,
What you can do is, if you just use your third action to step over here, you would be flanking enough to give flat-footed for this larval swarm.
Yeah, let's do that.
Alright, excellent.
Thank you.
As you go over there, you're able to kind of distract a few of these bugs, making them flat-footed for tag. And that does stack with your status bonuses.
Yeah, Ruko's like trying to get his weapons ready, and like a little one like wings slap his mouth. He's like, he's trying to get into the combat stance.
Excellent.
Swarms aren't immune to flanking.
I don't think they are. I'll double check real quick. Immunities, precision,
no.
and swarm mind. No, I don't see an immunity to flanking. I know that there are definitely creatures that have all-around vision, but this is not one of them. I like to think that maybe they just have their attention split between the two or something like that. That'll bring us to the Dinshirok. The Dinshirok is a simple-minded creature. It's going to use an action to step, and then it is going to bite again. Actually, while we're here, let's start with the snout. He's going to ram in using his kind of snout blade to try to topple Gigi over. Just barely hits. For 15 points of damage. And then with this third action is going to automatically push Gigi, who comes toppling back kind of dangerously towards all of you guys. looking behind himself frantically to make sure that he doesn't accidentally step on you guys. That brings us to the swarm. South one first. Can't position in a way to get both of you, so it's going to continue to just try to eat tech.
Hex, you have Inspire Courage.
Sure do. I need a reflex save.
Wait, do they stack? We're getting some questions.
So guidance and the bardic thing will not stack. Little late now.
Oh,
That's not entirely true.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, because guidance affects way more things than inspire.
Oh, yes, that is absolutely true. So, for instance, the saving throw, I think, is affected by guidance, but wouldn't be by your bardic, so we can burn the guidance now and have your bardic for later. Perfect. Yeah, good call. Great corner case. You help.
Hooray.
eat it, eat it, eat it.
21 is good. You take only half of 2 points of damage, so a grand 1 point of damage. It is already in place, so it is just going to do this 2 more times. So I need 2 more reflex save. First against. There you go. If you would like to burn your guidance on that, that makes it a save.
Yeah.
Alright, that cuts a 4 down to a 2, and then your last one. That one will be a fail, which means you take 1 point of piercing. However, this time, as they finally sink in and one of them latches onto your neck real good, you take 1 more additional point of bleed damage, which is persistent. Jumping.
How do I add that?
What a great question.
Do I just say damage?
I think if you hit damage, it might add it as a condition. Let's find out. Hey, looks like it. Alright, cool. So there's nothing immediate, but at the end of your turns, you will take that damage and then check to see if you recover from it. Jumping back up top, this larval swarm is going to use its first action to step and re-engulf Sketch, and then it will use 2 actions to try to bite at you. So I need 2 reflex saves from you, Sketch. .21 and a crit are both fantastic. You take half from the first and none from the second.
Hell yeah.
Grand total of 1 point of piercing damage. And Tex is up.
This thing's flat-footed?
It sure is.
We'll double slice. I'm not going to actually read my abilities, so I'm going to do it correctly this time.
Hey, there you go. That's a hit. And that is another hit.
Because they did double slice, I think that this combines the damage to 1.
That is super helpful. These things do seem to resist a little bit of the slashing damage. It's a swarm. But because you mix those together, it only drops to 11 instead of 10. And I think, actually, let me see. It is. That is enough. Tex, how do you cut down, like, 20 of these bugs that are almost as big as you in a 6-second span? What does that look like?
It looks like any of Jubei's attacks in Blaze Blue. It's just this like swarm of slashes as he like jumps up into the air.
Hell yeah.
Just spinning around like a little whirling dervish of a cat and a knife.
Perfect. Like Fruit Ninja, you watch as one by one each of these larval swarm critters is bisected and drops to the ground. Some of them still kind of clawing and gnashing, even cut in half. That brings us to Sketch.
I have an
Oh,
action.
you still have an action left. That was your double slice. Let's see it.
I'm gonna move. And flank Sketch. That's me.
Alright, now Sketch.
Cool. I don't have flanking here. I need to step back to have flanking.
No, so because it's a swarm, as long as you have flanking on 2 of the squares, I will count it. So this thing is
Okay.
flanked by Tex now.
Cool, so I don't need to move. Okay, well, there's only one target that I can hit, so I might as well take out a weapon and stab it. I'll use the piddly action to draw a knife from one of my pockets. It's got a slightly curved blade with a interesting sheen to it, a little green maybe. Going to strike with my wish knife.
Excellent. The suspense on watching all of these dice that don't have real numbers on them is wild. 17 does land. You're able to mow through a couple of these. You find that it is a little resistant to that slashing and cuts it down from a 2 to a 1. Still,
Okay.
though, we're level 1. These things don't have a ton of creatures, or a ton of hit points. You're able to knock at least a couple of these bugs out of the swarm.
Knowing that, we'll switch to piercing damage for the next swing. Adjusting the blade dance as needed. We'll do another attack with map.
That is a hit. Almost a crit because of the flat foot, but not quite. So I hate to do this to you. You find as you switch to piercing that it is even less effective than slashing. It's like trying to catch a fly with chopsticks, basically. Both points of that damage are negated by resistance.
Okay. We'll swap back to slashing again for one more map attack.
Alright. I believe in you. Good luck. That does hit.
Cool.
There we go. 2 points get through, and this is down to maybe 5 or 6 of these bugs left over.
Cool. That'll be it though. Reactions.
Alright, back to
Also,
the
we
top.
talked about eggs, so I'm gonna go get a boiled egg. I'll be right back.
Good luck. Alright, Gigi is looking behind himself, trying so hard to not accidentally step on one of you guys. But while he is down here, he is going to grab another one of these boulders, and he's going to chuck it at this thing. That is a hit. This rock goes careening through the air and lands with a crack. For 24 points of damage. What does the brutal tag mean? What? Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. He's going to use his second action to run up again and try to uppercut with the orc. That one is unfortunately a miss, which brings us back to Rico.
Oh, great. Well, I'm gonna run up and try to get rid of the swarm, too, so that we can focus our energies more effectively. Alright, I'm gonna... This doesn't say anything about it slashing or piercing or whatever, but this...
I think it's bludgeoning for your stabs. Oh, that was almost a crit on my screen, but still, that is a big old hit.
Do I need to click... Wait.
That seemed to work.
Do I need to click anything special at 19? Oh wait, never mind. We're good.
Alright, you bring the staff crashing down. And it manages to catch one of them. It seems a little resistant to bludgeoning. But
Oh
it
no,
is...
it's more like a fan. It's like one of those like swamp fans on the back of a boat, except he's got two of them in his hands, and he's just...
just mowing through them. Love it. Like a lawnmower. Just, you basically crush 2 or 3 of these things in propeller blade as you run
Yep.
through the swarms. Let's see, that was a move and 1 attack. I think you have 1 more attack if you'd like.
I do, and does my Inspire Courage dismiss itself after a turn? Let's see, I think
It will.
does.
So if you want to have that up for everybody, you'll need to use your last action to cast that again.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that, and I guess it's just the... He weaves his magic into the inspiration of having a third person come up to go kill bugs with a lot of extra flourish to make it feel inspiring.
Absolutely. You guys have made a little
Yes.
swarm of your own. At this point, you almost outnumber the bugs, and they're like a third of your size. Alright, that brings us to the Tincture Rock. Seeing that the swarm is not getting the job done, it is going to use all 3 actions to lower down, hunch its back, and it is going to release 2 more swarms.
No.
At this point, you have seen all of the bumps along its tail and its spine open. You get the sense that these are the last of the swarms that it was harboring. And that is its full turn. This brings us to the nearly defeated swarm that is over by all of you guys. It'll use its first action to adjust its position a bit with a step so that it can engulf both Tex and Ruko. And then I need both of you to make a reflex save. Oh boy.
Hex! Stop it!
It's my 8th one this session.
Yeah, it's been a lot.
It is incredible. Alright, Tex takes double this. 2 points of piercing damage, as well as bleed 2, which I don't know if that actually gets doubled. I'll look it up between sessions. For now, we'll keep the 1. That is also a fail for Ruko, who takes 2 points of piercing immediately, and then also 1 persistent bleed damage. And it still has a third action, so I need another round from each of you.
Is the 1 persistent on me too?
Correct, but it doesn't stack. You can't have more than 1 instance of the same type of persistent damage. So basically it just overwrites your old one. Alright, and then I do the 1 more round of bites. I need another reflex from each of you. That one is totally fine. You critically succeed and take nothing from that. And then 1 more reflex save from Ruko.
Oh, great.
Ooh, another failure for another d4. This time the full 4 points of piercing damage on you. That brings us back to Tex.
Cool. Well, let's try and finish this one off.
You begin mowing through the last of these bugs, and that swarm is disintegrated.
Move your ass, kids, and I'm gonna double stride into the cave.
Excellent, perfect. Alright, chasing after you. This swarm. One stride. 2 stride. Third stride gets it on top of Ruko, but it has used all 3 actions to get there. Sketch is up next.
Okay, let's do... So I can't move 20 feet and then move my remaining 5 feet afterward if I have to do something else, right? I pewed all at once.
Normally no, but we're using a house rule called shuffle, where if you have leftover movement, you can use a free action to shuffle and use the remainder that was left over. The exception is that when you do that, it triggers opportunity attacks even if it wouldn't normally, if the monster doesn't normally have an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Right, so things that normally wouldn't be able to give you an attack of opportunity, do it if you shuffle like that.
Okay, well, then I'll just move 20 to here, or not to there, to here. Here, 3rd time's the charm. Then we'll do 2 more Star Knife swings.
Alright, perfect.
See if we can kill some of these bugs on our way through.
Those are both hits.
Cool.
Let's see, a little bit of resistance from each of those, but that is still 2 and 4 for a total of 6. And you have been fighting these things long enough to realize they don't actually have a reach attack. The only way that you've seen them attack is by swarming around somebody and biting within their own space.
Okay, so it's reasonable that if I moved 5 more feet, they wouldn't be able to do anything.
Seems like a pretty safe bet.
Then I'll shuffle my 5 remaining feet to get closer to the cave.
Alright, sounds good. That brings us back to the top. Gigi. Gigi is actually going to try to help you guys out a bit. He grabs this giant ore and is just going to try to bring it down on top of this swarm. There is just a fine red mist as the flat paddle of this ore comes crashing down for 46 points of damage, and these little baby swarm is just obliterated. He will then, with that momentum, kind of pull upwards. Hitting with the second attack as well on the Dendrock for 19. And then finally, he's going to just knee it to the chest. Still hitting on the third swing. For little baby damage. That brings us to Ruko.
Oh boy. Yep. Well, covered in bugs. How did Sketch just escape that without being hurt? He did a little shuffle or something?
Yeah, so these things they basically don't have an attack of opportunity unless you're in their space, and you've already seen Tex run out even when he was in their space and they didn't attack. It just seems like they don't have attacks of opportunity. It is pretty normal in Pathfinder for things to not have an attack of opportunity.
Okay, I'm gonna want to be in range to keep being useful, sort of, but also try to escape. You have to do like half of the instruction you're given most of the time.
Right.
I'm gonna try to get. Wait. I'm gonna try to slash these things first with like one of my actions. I'm gonna do
Perfect.
a strike.
16 is good.
Okay. Yeah. Is that a 1 or a 4?
It is a 1, unfortunately. You mower through these, and you can definitely feel that it like bonks a few of these bugs, but they're just kind of knocked aside casually. They seem to not be super affected by it.
Alright. He's gonna run through, and he's like nipping at them, like biting at them as he tries to run. Like a creature. He's ducking down low. He does like a little roll, and then he keeps trying to run.
I hate the idea of biting a bug that is as big as my forearm. That sounds awful.
Well, it pissed me off. Just gotta bite it.
Let's see it.
Well, I don't think he actually managed to bite any of them.
Okay,
It's not
just
a real
for flavor.
attack.
I gotcha. Okay.
Unless I can hurt them better than my swords, that'd be great. Or my staves. Oh, I don't have a bite action, but I should add that. Anyways, he's gonna keep running. So that was, what? That was 1, 10, 15, 3. I think that's 20 feet in total, right?
Yeah, you got 5 more from your first move action. There you go. So you've done 1 attack and 1 move.
Here. Alright. Let me measure real quick, because I need to make sure I can still be useful. We're still good.
Oh, yeah.
Alright. Inspire. Courage. Yeah, he's just like shouting and trying to be encouraging, and he's trying to relay the message that, hey, we're here now toward the safe space, big giant guy. Go all out, you crazy fuck. Let's go. I don't know.
Excellent. Perfect.
Weave magic into whatever the heck he's saying to say, hey, we're in a safer space and cast.
Love it.
Get fancy with the footwork. You're not going to crush us.
Alright, seeing that you've given him a little bit of a wide berth, he's able to kind of take a wider stance and get right up in this thing's face. But it is up next. You actually looked at it. It seems to be a little concerned. It is bleeding a lot now all of a sudden, especially from where that rock slammed into its skull. There's just a trickle of black blood that is running down past its eyes. Most of its kind of egg pores have already been exhausted. It's starting to look a little timid, but it is going to try at least one more time to do a ramming attack. Which does hit, and then knocks Gigi back. And then it is going to use 2 actions to bolt. It has made an opening for itself. And begins to run off towards tree cover. That brings us to Tech.
No one listens to me.
They're coming, they're just slow.
Classic.
Classic.
What is going on?
This is actually wild, Trade. I need you to calm down.
I said I was good at combat one time.
Yeah, you can't say that out loud. Come on.
Alright. You know what it is? It's that we should be playing Pathfinder.
That's
This
it.
is the evidence that I needed.
You're right. In another system, that wouldn't have been a one.
Yeah. Well, that's my turn.
All right, that'll bring us to the last remaining larval swarm. Who's going to do a little steppy step? Can I can't get two of you. You guys have spread out wisely here.
While you do that, I'm just going to level myself up.
All right, sure thing.
Because I've earned it.
One action to step over here. I need 2 reflex saves from Dex. Good luck. One is good. 2 is good. And actually, Bardic doesn't apply to that save, right? Okay, so those are both regular saves for 1 point and 0 points? Is there a minimum 0 damage in the system? I honestly don't know.
One. At least I clicked half and I put 1. So
Okay, alright.
I'm going to assume that, Forge
Probably.
knows its thing.
I hope they do. I'll check, but I'm sure it's probably minimum 1. That brings us to Sketch.
Cool. Set up perfectly with hit 3 times. 3 knife slashes. Graceful dancing. Please die.
Hey, that'll do. Those will both do. The last
That
one
one
will
will.
not. 4 and 3, I think. It sure does. How does Sketch finish off these last few bugs?
Even with the damage resistance.
Even with the damage resistance.
Nice.
His blades just kind of slash through the remaining ones very gracefully. He swings the sword where the bugs seem like they're going to go, and he just kind of bisects them all.
Absolutely. There's this one last one that is kind of running past you over towards Ruko, and you grab the Wishblade and basically just run it down the length of its body as it flies with its own momentum across your blade. And with that, you can hear the heavy footsteps of this creature running back into the jungle. You can see Gigi's kind of clutching a little bit at his arm where he took that big bite for all of you. And he looks towards it and just yells this hearty giant yell that resonates through the iron mask behind it, as if to scare this thing away. And it tucks its tail and runs off into the jungle. And he turns and looks down to all of you. Are you all alright?
Nope. Are you alright?
Nope. We're close. We should get moving. Things will have heard that for certain.
Okay. Should we go in this cave? I don't think you could, though.
I don't know that I could. I think it is best that we move before other scavengers show up to claim whoever lost that fight. Ugh, gross things.
Right.
And he just kind of kicks at some of the bodies of all these bugs. You know, I said I didn't think much of mice earlier, but all of a sudden I am.
Yeah. Once they start biting at your ankles, you have to mind them. Alright, let's get going.
Alright, he scoops you back up into his arms, kind of careful to not get too much of his own blood all over all of you. Although, frankly, you guys are pretty heavily covered in your own blood anyway. Tex especially seems to be quite wounded from all of that.
He's fine.
Tex.
Yes.
Tex, here, I can help. Sketch is going to get the giant grape out of his bag. And then he's going to channel some magic in it to make it a healing grape. Going to use Focus Spell and cast Berry. So,
Kind of stares at it for a little bit. Grapes are poisonous to cats.
the magic makes it a special grape. Just eat it. And like a cat, I'm sure Tex won't, so he'll just get another one out. Let's see. Do we have anything else besides a grape?
I I don't know what you're carrying on your person, but you're in the middle of a rainforest. There are bananas, there are berries, there are fruits and various like flowering things all over this place. It is awash with vegetation.
Okay. As we're going, can I keep an eye out for things and have Gigi briefly stop and let me grab some?
Absolutely. Give me a nature check. I think is survival separate from nature? I'm drawing a blank.
Yes. Yes, it is. Either one I'm trained in, so it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
perfect. Yeah, give me a survival check then.
23.
That is quite good. You spot a bunch of pretty innocuous-looking bananas at one point, and Gigi, moving quickly but taking a breather to kind of catch his own breath, throw a little bit of a hand and wipe some of his own blood off of his arm, lifts you up so that you can grab a bunch of these big bananas, bright yellow.
It's like lifting up a cat to catch a moth.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now I have bananas. Can you eat a banana? Is that okay?
I have no idea. I just know the grape thing.
Okay, well, let's try the banana, and if you die, you die.
I threw up a lot last night.
Ruko checks himself. Where?
You get 9 healing because you were finicky and couldn't take the 10 healing.
Magic courses through this banana, and you watch as your blood kind of clots supernaturally quickly. Some of the flesh begins to knit itself back together. You're still, your fur is stained with your own blood, but you feel a little energy comes back to you. What are you laughing at?
Just the fucking seriousness with magic courses through this banana.
It
I
does.
said I wasn't gonna murder me.
Magic banana.
What the fuck?
Listen, things are
love
real
this game.
crazy in a world with magic. You just gotta deal. Yeah, boy, I don't even know what that looks like. A thrumming magical banana.
I don't want to picture it.
I kind of do, actually.
It just kind of
It's pretty
looks
funny.
like the freshest, best banana you've seen in your life.
Why does it have veins?
It's a big veiny banana. No, why did you give the?
Why does it have veins in your picture? Why is
I don't
that?
know.
Oh,
Because
no.
he's making it dick-like.
Oh, I see. I understand what's happening
It's a
here.
schlong bar.
I get it. Right, it's a schlong bar. This all makes so much sense now.
I
Alright,
devour
so
it,
it's
and I
banana.
feel a little better. And then I take a nap.
I was gonna say, if he can take a nap, can I refocus to get my focus pool back?
Absolutely. It's not, like, super pleasant. It probably, realistically, if time was sensitive here, it would probably take you twice as long to refocus while you're being carried by a giant that's running through the jungle. But yes, 20 minutes do eventually pass. You can refocus, get your point back. As you're sharing those bananas, Gigi does look down. I see that those are magical. Do you have more?
Yeah, I can make some for you too. Yep.
Certainly, if it's no bother.
Yeah, of course. Nah, it's no problem. Just takes me a little bit of time.
All
Here we
right.
go.
Do you mind if I set you all down for a moment to peel this?
I could peel it for you.
That makes sense, actually, yes.
You say our fingers probably can do it easier. Although I do like the idea of this giant trying to open a normal-sized banana.
You guys haven't seen it. Tex has actually seen enough of Gigi's work to know that he is surprisingly, like, high finesse for a giant. To the point that he was able to clip Tex's little hand onto his carabiner with his own 2 fingers. Almost supernaturally so. It's very wild how, like, good control he has over his hands and his fingers.
Yeah, I can't even do that without my glasses.
Tex didn't peel the banana.
Ate it, heel and all.
It's a whole thing.
Incredible, wonderful.
Well, after you're done being disgusting, Ruko has made a little, like, sash pouch that if you need to take a nap without falling off of a hand 30 feet to your death, then you can hang out in a little thing. A little hammock.
Yes, make yourself useful, Brad. Hold me.
When you hand the peeled banana to Gigi, you do see that he kind of lowers the hand that he's holding all of you with towards his side, and turns his head the other way, and with the hand that is holding the banana, uses the other 3 fingers to lift the mask up and eat the banana, and chews it briefly, and then quickly puts the mask back down. Thank you.
Oh.
No problem. I can keep doing that as long as we got bananas.
Understood. I don't think we'll have any shortage of them here. And time goes by for a bit.
Right. And I'm whispering over to Sketch, like maybe a minute after he ate the banana and like turned his face away. Do you think he's like, what do you think's under the mask? He's devilishly handsome or something.
It just
He
occurred to
must
me
be.
that he's the only one that wears a mask. I thought all giants did, but then like we've been on a boat with a bunch of giants without masks, and I'm very slow.
I am so curious it literally hurts.
I bet that you lift up the mask, and there's just a hole inside, and there's just some like guy sitting in there, and it's a big puppet.
Ruko's eyes go wide. That's really fucked up.
Yeah, it's probably just he has a scar or something, or maybe he has weird eyes too.
Maybe we should ask him when we're not running for our lives.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask him right now. What if he tenses up and
Yeah.
that was the sound of her body's flattening and squishing in the palm of his hand on accident?
No. It would sound like this. He grabs your backpack and shakes it with the giant grape in there. And it sounds awful.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Why did you put that in your bag?
Well, what else am I supposed to do with it? It's too big for me just to carry it.
I don't know. Eat it. Throw it away. I don't know.
That's wasteful. I'm not going to do that. This is going to be good for like 3 days, and it's like so much grape.
Okay, we should sesh. We're in danger for our lives. If we wake up Tex, we'll be even more in danger.
Right. I'm going to snack on my grape.
Why? Can I have some?
Why? Yes, you can have some.
Okay, we continue.
All right. Some time goes by. You see that Gigi's cuts begin to mend. Actually, how much healing was that? 9 more for him? Perfect.
9 more for him, yep.
His injuries begin to mend a little bit, although not nearly all of them. But time passes, and eventually, with heaving breaths and sore legs, Gigi kind of comes up over the crest of a clearing. And as he looks down, you can all see from up in his hand your first glimpse of Famador. You're approaching from the south. Let me drag you guys over. It's so convenient. All 3 of you are right at the bottom of this list. Kind of right.
I'm giant.
You are giant. Clearly, this is not quite to scale. But as you come into this clearing, you can see that there is a divide that kind of cuts the terrain. There's a slope that goes down towards a meager wooden wall that has been set up. It appears to still be under construction, and you can see that there are work camps set up just behind it, and a logging camp on the ledge above it that is clearing the rainforest and bringing wood down to make the walls. And a little bit past that is a much sturdier stone wall that looks well defended. And beyond those stone walls, you see the city of Famador. You can see what appears to be kind of just your traditional Adendric city, although it's a little bit stuck in, maybe 20 or 30 years in the past, as all of Eden has been. But you can see that there are towering churches and steeples that light up its upper plateaus, large manors made of stone and brick, gardens that kind of line the city walkways. And then down towards the shore, there are the slums, the kind of dirt streets, little bridges that go from villa to villa. It's a quiet city, but it is a secure one. It's bustling, or as bustling as you'll find anywhere on the shores of Eden these days. But Gigi stops, and he points over to this area here, and says, I have business over there. I will take you to the walls and drop you off. And make sure that you get past any guards that are doing inspections. But then I need to head that way. When you're ready, come and meet me, or you can wait here if you'd prefer I meet you here.
I think we could find you. I think.
You're easier to spot than we are.
Rue.
Certainly. You will have to cut through the jungle. That could be dangerous, but they have a logging camp that runs most of the way over. Stay near the edge. Maybe bring some mercenaries with you if you can. I will be there for as long as you need. I plan to stay with them for at least several weeks.
Okay, that's plenty of time.
Well, if it's gonna put us in mortal danger, do we think maybe you should find us?
If you'd prefer, I can also just bring you along and we can go there first. And then when you feel that it's safe, we can go down to the city and I'll smuggle you in. It makes no difference to me what order this happens.
Do you have gigantic pockets?
I do. I don't think that they're well protected enough that you could go in them without being squished. But if you wanted to get into this pouch, I don't think that they'll search it. It would be enough to at least get you inside the walls, especially if I make it clear to them that I need to see a healer.
Yeah,
What do
you
you
still look
think?
pretty beat up. That'd probably be a good excuse. I mean, that thing in that jungle would have got us if Gigi wasn't there. So, safety in numbers.
I could also drop you at the city and then come back in a few days, meet you at the gate, and escort you.
You mentioned mercenaries. Maybe we could find some of those.
Perhaps.
Mercenaries cost money.
They do cost that. Do you have
Well,
any?
Not yet, but if I can sell this, I will. We'll pull out
Sell what?
the moonstone.
I can afford some mercenaries on Petunia's dime.
You pull out the moonstone for the first time in front of Gigi, and he lowers you down, pulls you behind the trees, and turns so that you are covered by his back, like as if the city itself could see what's happening here. Where did you get that?
It fell from the sky and landed right in front of us, so we picked it up.
You were there for the moonstone. That was you.
Yes. Remember what
Yes.
happened last time we showed that off?
Yeah, sketch.
Well, it's Gigi. I thought he'd be okay.
Well, now, yes, I'm sure that the old man is fine, but now that he knows, that's one more person that can track all of us down.
And plus, there's no way we're gonna sell that without us getting scammed first, or then having mercenaries come after our asses, and then we're gonna get it's gonna be a whole tragedy even trying to sell this thing.
I don't even know what to say. It is... I have to be careful how I ask this. May I see it? I will give it back.
Yeah, I trust you.
Why?
I mean, if you wanted it
why
that
would
bad.
Why would you do that? Why would you trust me?
How about
I
we
could
make an
crush you
exchange?
between my thumb.
Yeah, and if you were going to, you would have already.
I didn't know that you had a moonstone.
Well, but you do now, and you're talking to me about it instead of just squishing me. But yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you could have just squished me immediately.
He very gently sets you down. You can actually see that his hands are shaking. And he holds out his palm, which is way too large for this moonstone, and kind of holds it to you. I just want to see how big it is, what you're dealing with.
Can we make an exchange?
Certainly.
So the mask. Perhaps.
Without any other word, Gigi will stand up. And he will, kind of looking around to make sure that there are no monsters lurking at the tree line right behind him. He lowers himself down onto the ground and sits cross-legged. And with some hesitation, reaches up to the iron mask and begins to raise it. And underneath, you can see what looks like a kind and friendly face that has been very severely disfigured by what appears to be burns, or possibly acid, but most likely fire burn. And in spite of that, he still has a smile on his face, almost as if the flesh has been knitted in such a way that he cannot not smile. But his eyebrows are kind of furrowed up in a happy expression. And he can barely open his eyes to look at you, but you can see these soft brown eyes that kind of stare down. each as big as basically your whole body. I do not want people to be afraid of me. They don't need to see this. But this is who I am.
I don't think you need to hide who you are, but I understand. Sometimes it's easier. He'll pull up his own hood on the cloak here.
Tex, could you give me a perception check, please?
I would love to. 1? Yeah.
You have spent enough time with Gigi to understand that what he said is not false, but it is certainly not the whole story. There is more to it than that. That is the most convenient way to quickly brush off the truth of why he wears this mask.
Cool. I
And
don't say anything.
okay. He reaches back up and he puts the mask back on. Now, if I may, I want to know if it is safe for me to let you go anywhere on your own, or if you're going to be hunted.
I think we've established some trust.
If you hand it over, he will
Yep.
lift it up.
Wants to sketch. Sorry.
Yeah, he can. I'll let him see it.
All right. He lifts it up, and he brings it right up to his face, and then he lowers it back down, and, like, with his hand literally shaking, hands it back to you. It is small. It is not enough to bring someone back, but it is a good start towards it. I have never seen the kind of money that it would take to buy this, nor have I ever met anyone with the money it would take to buy it. The idea of selling a moonstone for money. And he shakes his head a little. Not here, not in Eden. Maybe if there is a... You could try Unma. The wealthy gather there sometimes and exchange artifacts of immense power. Perhaps Wexisas. If you were to get an audience with the king or a great guildmaster, although the guildmasters are all gone, I would not show that to anyone here. I don't know where you might sell it, but I can try to ask around, but even that I feel is dangerous.
Roko's just shaking his head. I think it would be stupid to sell it.
Well,
What do you guys think?
I mean, I kind of need the money, though. Otherwise, I can't buy myself.
I have a weird... Wait, whoa, what? That's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, there's a lot there. What the fuck?
You're free. Right now.
Buy yourself from who?
Madam Monarch, she bought my contract, so she owns me, right? That's how that works?
I don't see Madam Monarch anywhere.
Well, right, but she could come back at any time.
So,
So I need the money to buy myself if she does. Otherwise, she could just take me back.
you stupid. If she comes and finds you, she's going to kill you before she takes you back.
Wait, okay, I have weird things.
Yes.
Bardic... What is this Bardic lore?
Let's see. Special lore skill that can only be used to recall knowledge, but on any topic. Okay. Yeah, it basically means you can try to know about literally anything using Bardic lore instead of the normal skill.
Yeah, so I want to know more about this moonstone. We know that it has some sort of healing or necromantic power
Absolutely.
of some kind. Is there any way I can glean a little more? Try to,
For sure.
to figure anything out.
Absolutely. Go and give me a Bardic lore roll. I think you should have a lore skill on your skills page. Yeah, Bardic lore. Hit me with that Bardic lore.
I have skills. Whoa.
Yeah, it's wild. You're a bard. And the nice thing about Bardic lore is it's not necessarily a super high bonus, but you can use it for literally everything. There's a chance that you have studied everything in the world. That's pretty good. 17 is enough to get you not only the basics, but also you would kind of have an inkling that, yeah, what you're holding on to is probably too small to literally bring somebody back from the dead. You've read stories resurrection in this world is certainly not a common thing. But when it does happen, it always involves the use of Moonstone, to the point that people go on grand quests to gather it. It tends to accumulate in the hands of the ultra-wealthy, the ultra-powerful. Kings will typically keep a reserve on hand for if there's an assassination. Even then, it's not like every king that gets assassinated gets revived. You would know with the 17 on your Bardic lore, resurrection happens once every 10 to 30 years, maybe, and when it does, it is global news. It is a newsworthy event when anyone in the world is revived through magic. Even with the help of Moonstone, it's a long process. The person comes back changed. They have things that don't come back with them, most often senses, but also sometimes other bodily faculties. You would know with the 17 that Moonstone is very closely associated with the moon. Most people obviously believe it comes literally from the moon. There is a common belief that Styx sends it down as sort of a sign that she has chosen somebody, although that is debated. Styx tends to not really pick mortal heroes like that, so much as she snatches up the souls of those who die prematurely and sends them back as Stygians. We're branching, but Ruka's knowledge would be pretty wide here anyway. Ruka would understand that what he's holding onto is indeed a small piece of something that could be used to do a monumental once-in-a-decade ritual. And he knows that even as small as this piece is, it's probably a good 10 or 20% of what it would take. And that alone is worth a fortune. It would buy you a castle with a plot of land with strong walls in a safe city, and a whole crew of people to work it for the rest of your life.
If we're stupid enough to sell it.
Certainly. You would also 100% know with 17, people kill for these. For sure people kill for these. It is widespread news that one just fell. Everyone in Abelbin saw it, everybody who was awake at that time of night. It will be widespread news throughout the Wildlands by, if it's not already, the next 2 days. As people start to use magic to communicate the news across the region, everyone is going to know that someone found a moonstone, and given what happened at the circus, there is a lot that hinges on whether Petunia and Lucy keep their mouths shut. I'll leave that up to you if you think that's going to happen.
You know? Oh, wait, maybe. I don't know. Ooh. Okay.
I don't know why she'd give up the info if she knows that we have it. If she tells other people, then she can't come after us.
True. Wish my bound to tell, Lady Monarch. However, I'm trying to get a vibe check on Gigi right now. How much of his being is willing to murder us despite all of the kindness he's shown? I just want to get a
Sure.
feel for the conflict that's happening within him currently.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of hard read, but he actually took his mask off for you for your short time. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
And after this, I want to figure out if, no, I'll get to that. Oh, fuck. Hello?
How do I do this? Hang on a second. How do I do this as a secret check? There it is. Okay. There it is. Wonderful. What you were able to read from Gigi in that short time is that he works with rare materials. He is a blacksmith. He is a blacksmith in the Hinterland. They are renowned for making things that are suitable for giants to use. His respect for this was more as a useful material and an extremely valuable artifact. What you didn't see in his eyes was a personal need to use it. In other words, you don't think that he would know what to do with it. He just understands that he's in the presence of something bigger than himself. And that kind of scares him a little bit. You can almost see him replaying in his mind the fight earlier where you guys were a few dozen feet away from the mouths of something 20 times your size that could have very easily just swallowed you, and that moonstone would have been gone forever. And he's suddenly, all of the fear of that compounds on him, and he's like, oh shit, that could have gone so badly so quickly. You don't see malicious intent so much as deep awe and respect.
Okay. And I'm so sorry. But with a knowledge check too, does it expend the stone to use its power?
Yeah, 100%. 19 You have heard stories of people that are able to turn it into kind of like a permanent fixture that you can slowly draw energy from. I don't know with a 19, or a 17 rather, I don't know if you know the details of that. You would just know that most commonly it is consumed.
Oh man.
Yeah, 17 is not quite enough to get you anything beyond that. Except that you've heard stories of people turning those moonstones into more permanent objects. I'll give you, with a 17, you would know that it is a function of alchemy that you've heard those stories through. You would need to find and talk to a very powerful alchemist.
Right. Yeah. Trying to see how much we can use it and if we even can.
Right.
So alchemist, and it will be expended. Oh boy. Yeah.
Well, I am certainly not parting ways with you here now. I will deliver you to the gates, and then I will come back for you in 2 days. Does that seem sufficient?
I think so. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so. If we can't look through a city in 2 days, then it's a big city.
I must stress, over the years, Cyrillin, their occupation of this city has grown more stringent. It is still officially under the rule of Eden, and in truth it is mostly the Edusites that rule it, the temple to Edis, the god of law. But even they have been challenged by Cyrillin for rule. So if you see guards that are wearing Edician colors, red and yellow, they should be lenient, but if you see Cyrillin, you stay out of their sight. Don't answer their questions. Try not to look shady. Don't cast magic in front of them. Don't worship any gods in front of them. Just try to leave them be.
Well, that's the same as literally the everything. So yeah, cool.
If what I've heard about you is true, it sounds like you're kind of used to that. We will not tarry here for long.
Okay, good. We should keep moving. You've heard nothing.
With that, he scoops you up and begins to walk. You can still feel his hands kind of shaking a little bit. But eventually, he approaches the gate. Towering forward, you see all of these Idendric guards and a couple of Cyrillin Overwatchers make way. They open the gates pretty quickly. And it is a little unusual for those of you who have traveled that they open the gate first, let you in, and then they ask questions, and they close the gate behind pretty quickly. You can see that there's a nervous glance over all of your shoulders to make sure that nothing is following you in. And once you're inside, they look up to Gigi and ask his business. I am looking for landfall. And a couple of the guards point up to the cliff that he was mentioning earlier. I know they are there, yes. I need to find a healer here first before I see them. Do you have any temples? And they point deeper into the city and allow him to go after a short time. And they don't seem to even really scrutinize him too terribly. Their attention is mostly drawn to the jungle, and they seem to understand that he is not a problem. And so he continues on deeper into the city and goes through sort of the same process, although this time when you reach the stone walls, there's a little bit more of a questioning process. They ask to see some of his wares. And I do need a stealth check from all three of you as he gives you a big heads up to, duck down in his bag as he shows it off. But there's a point where he needs to lower it down and show it to the guards so they can peek inside.
Oh boy.
I have a +1 to this from my cloak, and I don't know how to put it in.
Okay, I'll just add it manually. 16, 21.
And who will ever know? Because I can't. Here it is.
And 16. There's a little bit of finagling back and forth. And you can see that he almost taps a little with his pinky in the direction that he's planning on moving things so that you guys can get out of the way. And you sort of do this cheeky little dance around the inside of his pouch until he gets it cleared and then continues into the city. He walks for a bit until he kind of reaches the middle of this road here. True, a cheeky little dance. Which is well out of the sight of anybody who might be watching. And he stoops down, looks over his shoulder a few times, and then lets you out of the bag. Friends, please be safe. This place is well protected from monsters. Just keep an eye out for the guards. And I will meet you by the... you should be able to... And he points over towards this fort. The corner there should be far enough from the gate guards that I can pick you up and travel with you. 2 days, early in the morning, maybe just before lunch.
Sounds good.
Say just after lunch.
Just after lunch, then. Understood.
Sounds better.
Does sound better.
With that,
All right.
I'm glad we made it through the jungle. I will see you soon.
Yep.
All right. Be safe.
He nods, and he walks kind of back over towards this fort, where he begins to look around, presumably for a healer of some sort, off into the distance, leaving you guys alone in kind of the farming quarter of Famador. What would you guys like to do?
I take a quick glance around, then I elbow Sketch like he's mad.
What?
You were stepping on my tail the whole time. Every time I thought you had fancy feet with your dances. No, you kept stepping on my tail the whole time in that bag. And I was gonna die. I was gonna scream.
Your tail's really big. Has anyone ever told you your tail's big?
It's not
like twice
big,
as
it's
long as
long.
mine. Yeah, that's big. Here, oh, I know. You're hungry, so you're cranky. Here,
Yeah.
he'll reach into his loincloth and pull out another banana. Here you go.
Loincloth. I think I'm good. All right. Where do we go? Where is this place? What is this place?
You're the one who said it had you big veiny banana. I was just
I
going
didn't
along
cast
with
the weird
your
magic.
description. Well, fine. No weird magic for you. I'll eat the banana.
I've
and heal
never
one
seen a-
whole HP.
You can't just make a banana flex. That's not something a banana does. With magic.
With a magic
It's
banana
cursed.
again. Okay. You say so. I'll eat my cursed banana.
Yeah. Eat it, weirdo. You know he's fucking with you, but.
I know.
Alright.
Okay. Where are we going?
So that's kind of up to you guys. You guys really just had a goal of getting away from Cyrillin initially. This is a pretty standard city. They have the lower wards where you could probably find a tavern or an inn. You could hit up a fort and try to find some healing. You could try to look around for some mercenary help. Or you can just kind of explore the city if you want. You can see that there are a bunch of temples up in the higher ward. I probably want to avoid the docks because, again, lots of Cyrillin guards watching people come and go. But you tell me.
Well. We could find some cheap accommodation. A place to stay first.
That
Yep.
seems like a good idea. What if they sell out of rooms or something?
Let's look for Lady Kata's.
Planning to retire.
Lady Kata? Who's that?
No idea.
But you think we should find her?
It's a place.
Oh, okay. We can ask around.
Well, I think finding a bed would be nice first, and then we find whatever that is.
It'll be a bed for me.
What if it's a crazy cat lady that
Could be.
has 16 cats on puppet strings? Just walks around her house. They're all dead. And you'll be
I
one of
don't
them.
see how that doesn't. I don't see how that removes the me getting a bed aspect.
You would be getting the dead.
And he would just sleep before he dies, right? I'm assuming she just doesn't feed them.
No, I think she's just a crazy cat lady. Something. Guys, I'm hungry. I'm getting conspiratorial.
You didn't want my banana, so do you want to find a bed or do you want to find food?
Yes, let's go!
Okay, let's look around for something.
Alright. You just kind of wandering the street looking for a tavern, or are you asking around?
I'll ask around, I guess. Yeah.
Alright. As you kind of make your way over towards this bridge going deeper into the city, you do see that there's a little bit of a market street here. There's a small, it's basically a farmer's market. There's a bunch of farmers that have gathered produce and just have stalls that are lined up. And there is this kind of nice tan-skinned dwarven man who's one of the first that kind of makes eye contact with you as you're asking around. Welcome to Famador. What are you looking for?
Let me go find a performance check, because Ruko thinks that being extra is how you do literally everything here.
Perfect. Oh, that's pretty good.
I'm gonna sneak away, but as I do, I'm like I slap some mud into Ruka's face as I slip away from everybody.
Give me like a thievery check or something, unless you're just blatantly doing it. You're just blatantly throwing mud at his face.
I'm blatantly doing it, and then I'm gonna skulk off, and I'm gonna follow them from behind.
Okay, I got you. Oh, I understand what's happening here. Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Look at Tex being smart.
What?
Understood. Ruko, Tex slaps some mud on your face as you start to walk up to this dwarf. What do you do?
There is some actual anger, because you just messed up his freaking glasses. He wipes it off. And then he realizes that it makes him look more grungy and dirty. Alright. He's gonna approach the guy. Looking kinda injured. Been rough out there. I think we need a tavern. Got a favorite place?
If you made it through the jungle, you're lucky to make it at all. There's a few good places around here. I kind of like the guppy hole right on the other side of the bridge.
Guppy hole.
It's
I'll be honest. Came in on the ship recent. Don't know much about this place. Got ladies there?
well, I suppose that depends on how loose your definition of lady is. There are wenches there, and some nice, farmers' wives, but I wouldn't mess with those.
He gives a laugh and like hacks at the end of it. Okay. Guppy's hole.
No,
Any
the
others?
there's plenty. If you go deeper in, you'll find more. The really good ones are up in Hightown, but I can't afford that place. And frankly, a little too snobby for me anyway.
Who can? Well, it won't even be any fun.
Between you and
We
me,
gotta-
I try to go across the bridge as little as I can anyway. Prefer it in the Orchard District.
Orchard District. Any good places out there? More chill.
Oh, I mean, it's mostly just farms. There's a couple of shacks over by the fort up front. You'll mostly be dining with the other guards, though, and what's left of the adventuring guilds. If that's your type, you could mingle with them there.
Alright, across the bridge. Got the Guppy's hole, but then, dangers.
Oh, no, it's quite safe over there, unless you're, skirting the law.
Nah. Skirting my life. That's about it.
Then they shouldn't give you too much trouble. I know there's a lot of rumors about this place. Cyrillin's, they got sticks up their asses, but it's not like they're hauling people off for no reason, especially travelers.
Ruko coughs again. Yep.
Perfect.
Alright. Thank you for your information. I'll see you around. Maybe come back with some business.
Yeah, he not. And I assume that you start heading towards the bridge? Is that where you're heading?
Yep. I
Yeah,
guess I'm
Guppies.
gonna look toward the other guys, still trying to act casual walking away. I think Ruko coughs one more time and then like vigorously gets the mud off his face because he tries to go back to normal. Ugh.
Excellent.
Where's Tex?
Oh, yeah, where did Tex go? Is he still falling from a safe distance?
Yeah. Falling from a safe distance, I'm like twisting my tails together so that it only looks like one tail. From a distance, at least.
Perfect. Love it.
I cast
Make
Drowsing
some
Splash to wash the mud off his face.
As you
Why are you so extra with your magic? That was kind of cool.
You just said that you liked being extra. I thought it'd help.
Okay, it did help.
Goes
Just
to ruin
shocking.
all my hard work.
Okay. As we cross the bridge?
as you start to cross the bridge, there is a buzzing noise, kind of loud, actually. And as you look across, you can see that people are parting, not in a panic necessarily, but pretty quickly, as this large swarm of bees begins to kind of walk across the bridge. And it begins not walk, but fly, you know.
Okay.
Flying this little cloud of bees. And
I was expecting humanoid bees.
Yeah.
It's like a swarm of like man-sized bees just
Man-sized
walking.
bees. For some reason, when I put that fun picture into my head, they're all like ripped. It's just like 20 or 30 huge ripped bee people.
Of course, they look like the Hollow Knight bees.
But that is not what you see. What you see instead is like a few hundred regular bumblebees. They're big and fuzzy and jolly, as bumblebees are. But what surprises you is that as this swarm starts to brush past you, you hear all of them kind of collectively, "Oh, pardon, excuse me, oh, sorry, okay, excuse me, sorry, coming through. Alright, nice day," and they just kind of buzz on past.
What was that?
You can see a couple of the other commoners are kind of like, pointing and chatting about the weird talking swarm of bees as they go about their business and get back to walking their way.
What?
Can I do a nature check? Is that some sort of weird nature magic?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me go find the DC. Let's see. You have certainly heard of magic that would let people turn into a bee. You've heard stories, maybe, of people turning into swarms, but you certainly don't know, like, the specific spell that could do it. But yeah, you imagine it's probably either a spell that somebody has used to change into a different form, or like some sort of awakening, or it could be just really intelligent bees, maybe? Those are more common in the Hiddlin, just random talking animal. Much less common here in Eden.
Weird. Okay. Why would you pick to just be a bunch of bees?
Nonetheless, everybody kind of gets back to their business. Horses start to clop against Bridgigans, and you eventually find yourself on the other side in what is kind of like a little cobblestone street fishing village next to another small kind of guard post. There is a stable where people are kind of stabling their animals. Just a little village on the coast here, with a couple of drinking holes, including the guppy hole.
Yes, please. How do we know it's a guppy hole?
Because... Oh boy, how classless is this place? Let's find out. There is a sign out front that is basically just a ring of 12 or 13 little fish that make kind of a circle shape, with a hole in the middle. And in Edendric, in the center of that hole, is written the guppy hole for those who are literate, which is actually quite high. We're kind of at the point where the printing press is common. Public literacy in most countries, and especially in Eden, is pretty high. Something in the order of maybe 70 to 80% literacy.
Well, I think that's a place. You guys ready? You excited?
To go into
you
the
are.
tavern?
Yeah. Ruko starts
Oh.
walking, looking back at you expectantly. Oh, get over here.
I don't know if I've been in a bar before. I have to think about it.
We're going to get you shit-faced and get a bed.
I'm gonna as they're about to head in, I'm gonna sneak up behind Sketch, and I'm gonna like climb up his back and hide under the cloak.
Ow, ow, ow.
Wonderful. All right.
I could have just picked you up, but okay. Yeah, let's go in. Let's go in. His claws are digging into my shoulder blades.
Just act
Not
natural.
me this time.
Just
I'm gonna stay like
he says.
hidden under his cloak.
All right, perfect. As you push your way into the tavern. First, let me get a stealth check from Tex.
Do I need a performance check to act natural with a cat clung to my back?
You can certainly give me a stealth check to like help him. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try.
That's quite good, which is good because he's got a couple of tails that you see are poking out at first, and you kind of like grab one and push one of them up, so it's just one tail poking out, and even then only just a little bit. As you make your way into the tavern, you find that it is kind of just a seedy, quiet little place. It's busy. It seems to be mostly fishermen, manual laborers, a handful of farmers. And they all kind of turn and look, and they can recognize that you're definitely from out of town, but they don't seem to pay you a lot of mind. And you actually see that a couple of them consolidate to make room for you at the bar.
What friendly people. This was great.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go up to the bar. Is there any possibility of any like people doing music here? Is this like a thing that happens here at all?
You see that there is an empty stage that looks like it has been unused for a very long time. There's kind of
Excellent.
dust that is up on the stage, and it's not super luxurious. It's basically just a corner of the bar that they've pushed tables real close to, like they really have not used it in a long time.
Excellent. I'm just going to acknowledge that it's there for now and see if this is somewhere we're more likely to get tipped or shanked. So
Perfect. And if you wanted to, you could give me a perception check to kind of get a read for the vibe to see if these are
Yeah.
like, would they appreciate live music or would they be annoyed by it? The vibe you get is that everyone here is very broke and a little drunk. And as long as the entertainment is free, they will probably enjoy it. They probably won't tip super well, but they'll enjoy it.
I'm already broke. Got nothing to lose. But I'll do that later, maybe,
For sure.
if I drink enough.
But don't you need the
Alright.
money to get the booze?
Oh. We need beds. That's the first. I'm gonna find somebody who looks like they own several beds.
Behind the bar, you can see that there is a little Kuatoa man. This big fish eye that kind of like tracks you as you come in, and he turns his head sideways to watch as you approach. Hello, welcome to the Guppy Hole.
Oh, hello. You got any extra rooms?
Yeah, we have some rooms for you. It'll be a silver a night for all three of you in one. We don't normally allow animals, but... And he kind of like looks at the little peak of the tail sticking out from under the hood. I take it that one's important to you.
He won't say
Yeah.
anything, but he looks at you.
Silver, right?
Yeah, silver deal. Comes with breakfast.
Even better. All right.
I'm gonna poke my head out and look.
Oh, that's real
Like-
cute. I do need you to make sure that he doesn't get into the food.
That can't be my help.
What are you trying to help him do?
Try and get a discount just for being cute.
I'm into it. Yeah, you can give me a performance check, and Rico, you can give me diplomacy.
Can't be deception.
I'd allow deception. That's fine. You know my opinion
That
that
tracks.
performance and deception are essentially the exact same skill. Yeah, this all tracks. Ruko, though, is able to work with it. Yeah, that's fine. You guys look like you're capable, and frankly, a silver is like twice what I normally charge anyway. How does 8 copper sound?
Sounds fantastic. And you see, we already bought food for the cat. So you won't be eating your stuff, but we're too broke for a room. This works well.
Seems that we have a good arrangement then. I'm sorry, it's not very much. Most of the travelers go all the way into the city, but if you're broke, you've definitely come to the right place.
I appreciate it.
You're in good company.
He doesn't say anything, but his eyes say as he looks around, I kind of doubt it, but I'm willing to be happy.
Anyway, follow me and I'll show you. And he steps down from his little stool and starts to walk over to some stairs. And up at the top of these rickety wooden stairs, he walks past a couple of doors, and one of them, he kind of fiddles with some keys and opens it up. And inside you find a very meager room. There is a set of 2 beds with a little window that looks out over the water. They look clean enough. They have a little dresser that you can put things in and a foot locker. And the room is basically just big enough for these 2 beds and for you to stand up and put your things in. It is certainly not glamorous, but it's cheap.
Cool.
This'll do.
And yeah.
Is he gonna go? Thank you, thank you.
Of course, it's my pleasure. Just bring the key back down in the morning.
Okay. Ruko almost flops down on one, and then he like does this weird limbo back thing where he doesn't lay on it, and he like looks at it first. Wait a second. We got 2 beds, but they look kind of crusty.
Yeah,
The ship was more accommodating and it was free.
as you look at the bed, you can definitely tell they're hay mattresses, and it's been a while since they've been refilled. It's going to be a rough night.
We're gonna get
2
lice.
beds.
Hmm.
Does anyone know
What if-
magic?
Bed magic?
Bed magic? Clean bed?
No bed magic.
Wow.
We could like go steal some hay from someplace and make the mattresses better ourselves.
Or we could just take all of Tex's fur that he keeps shedding on me and just like bundle it up.
Oh yeah, perfect. There's a bunch on my cloak now.
Hey Tex, you wanna get brushed? Thanks.
Sure.
Okay,
We
this
need to do
literally-
something about your face, by the way.
What?
It's obvious.
True.
He was the biggest frown. Like, why?
Yours too, kid. And look at Sketch.
Oh. Yeah. I guess this is kind of obvious, huh?
You at least know how to hide, but just in case,
I can keep my hood up.
that's a start.
Okay. We can figure something out and some way to sort of clean these things, I guess, a little, and then we can sleep. But I'm hungry, and we have a room. We have a place to retreat to, so we can go find somewhere outside. Or just eat in the tavern.
Yes, I'm sure that this barkeep who is making 8 copper off of us won't sell us out the second he is asked any questions.
Of course not.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, we sure will be.
I'm gonna go find you some paint.
Okay. Are you stealing?
Obviously. Cats don't have to pay for things.
Is that how that
Good
works?
point.
That's how it's worked so far.
Huh.
All right.
Do
Well,
you want us to go with you, or are we just going to get in the way?
I'm sure I can handle myself. But you're welcome to. I'm not your parents.
all right. Well, while you're finding paint, we can scrounge some food. Bring it back, so it doesn't look like you're eating at the bar.
That
Yeah,
sounds
we can
acceptable.
find something.
And if you find food on the way, take it carefully.
Obviously.
All right, you guys part ways. And let's start with Sketch and Ruka. What do you guys do as you look for food? You just getting something from the bar, or do you like head to the market or the farmer's market again, or where are you headed?
Well, I'm gonna take a brief look over the bar and just see if it's like depressed food, and maybe I'll look at the market.
Oh, for sure it is. The upside is that it is dirt cheap. You can pay a copper and you can get a big bowl of fish soup. And it tastes like they caught some fish out of the bay and put it in some soup with some salt and maybe like some celery and onions. But it is dirt cheap and it is warm and it'll fill you up. They've got some old bread too. It's not like moldy or anything, but it's not great. It's a little hard. It's a little dry. But you can absolutely get enough sustenance to not go hungry for the night for a copper piece if you want.
Ruko looks hungry. It looks pretty good. You gonna elbow a Sketch? You wanna go and drag me to the market, or are we just gonna eat this? Whatever this is.
Let's go to the market. I could probably make fish soup like that.
Yeah. But it looks kind of good.
If you want to settle, you can settle.
No,
That's fine.
fine. You're gonna even make me
I
sell
mean,
anything.
we're
No.
cheap.
I'm no
That's
cheap whore. I can go and eat food. Come on.
Okay. Well, let's go to the farmer's market then.
Okay.
Also, I could just like go get a fish out of the water, right? Like how hard? It's not that hard to get fish.
As long as they don't have teeth.
I mean, you don't eat the teeth part.
No, they eat you.
Oh.
But they have evil fish in the water. It's Eden.
Evil fish.
6 rows of teeth and it's spiteful.
Oh, you're being silly. There's no way. Can I go out in the water and try to catch a fish somewhere?
Absolutely. How are you doing this? Do you have a net? Are you using your bare hands? Are you using magic? What's the deal here?
Ooh, I could use electric arc to zap them.
Of course.
Get him!
Okay, excellent. Yeah, we got some inspired courage. I'll tell you what. Give me an attack roll with your inspired courage. Let's see it. Well, I guess to save, isn't it?
Yeah, be a reflex save.
Reflex save. What is a fish's reflex save? Let's find out. Fish.
And this will cook it too.
Sure will. That's how that works for sure.
Uh huh.
Yeah, that's a fail. Give me some damage.
This could hit 2 fish.
All
If
right.
they were within 30 feet of each other.
All right. You head down to the water and kind of find a little cove that's away from all the people that are actually like fishing on the dock. And you wait for a couple of pretty decent-sized little bluegills, or whatever would be out here in the tropics, to swim close enough for you to fire a bolt of electricity at them. And there's just a real quick zap and a crack. Water steams and boils off the surface. And you watch as 2 or 3 fish kind of all float to the surface.
There, dinner, and we didn't have to spend any copper.
Excellent! Okay, let's run. Fast.
Run?
No casting
Why?
magic. No casting magic.
Oh, right.
Let me get a stealth check from each of you, please. As you can hear, not like, alarm bells or anything, but you hear a voice that said, "I'll check it out."
I have been gone for 2 minutes.
Yeah. "I'm not your parents," he says, as he walks away. Oh. It has been 3 hours since we started. You guys have each gained a hero point. Would you like to use one?
Yeah.
Cool.
Still?
Okay, that's a lot better, actually. You guys watch as you kind of like hide under a little stairwell. Where's our boy? Where's our friend here? A guard, wearing red and yellow, thankfully, kind of peers over the edge of this stone wall down towards the coast. And he sniffs a couple times. No, I think you're right. Somebody was down here doing some... I'll tell you what, I'll go that way if you'll go this way and we'll find it. It's probably just kids doing dumb shit again. And you skulk down low, and as they split to each go towards one of these stairs, one of you, helps the other up over the wall between the two of them, and then duck off into an alley, and you are able to shake the two of them, or shake the guards. Fish in tow, you've done it. You've electrified some fish in the city.
Oh yeah, we did it.
Did either of you wash your face in the last couple days?
Wash it?
Yeah.
Probably. Why?
Okay. So you guys don't have your face paint still?
No.
I'm sure that rubbed off partially, and it was just like, I gotta get rid of this, wash it off kind of deal.
Yeah, we washed it off. Now we've got a half sort of cooked, I guess, fish. For free.
Perfect. You guys are able to find somewhere to chill, and I assume that you just eat these half-electrified fish partially raw.
Sort of.
It's probably fine. I could zap him again.
Sashimi.
No, it's kind of loud.
Yeah, I love that Sketch's first thought is to immediately start casting more magic. And for what it's worth, you do see that people are casting magic here, especially a lot of clerics on the street. So clearly there's not an issue with casting magic as a whole. And you're not entirely sure what the deal is with casting magic here, other than that Gigi told you not to do it, and that guard seemed to recognize the sound of magic and went to investigate.
Hold on. Is this the type of medieval city where the clerics and stuff go around and act all dignified with baskets where people just throw food in it for the clergy?
Oh, give me a society check. Or give me a perception to see what's going on right around you, and a society check or your bardic lore check to know, like, just from a research standpoint. Looking around, you don't see that around you, but then you can give me a check to see if you just know about the city. That's quite good. You would be aware that throughout a lot of the Dendric cities, and especially in Famador, and especially with Cyrillin taking over, it is... The people, the common people, the lay people of Eden are upset. They're angry at the gods and at the churches and at the ruling class because they feel that they have been terribly let down. And as a result, it has kind of grown very distasteful for the church to go around asking for donations. And so that practice has kind of fallen out of favor. They had a lot of incidents where people were literally mobbing and assaulting clerics, going around trying to gather donations. Because the public temperament and the public attitude towards the church is just at an all-time low throughout Eden.
Oh man, and I'm out of a meal. Cool. Alright, I eat semi-cooked fish.
The thought kind of rushes through your head that technically this was a free meal, but it's probably not even as good as the shitty fish soup that they were serving in that tavern.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But, you know, it was free and it was an adventure.
It was free.
We could give Tex the fish and we could eat the soup.
I'm gonna buy Tex a meal. Otherwise, he'll be a real bitchy.
Speaking of Tex,
Plus, it makes him happy.
Let's jump over and see what he's doing for a bit. Tex, what are you up to?
Well, first and foremost, I'm gonna start looking around, trying to... I'm going to attempt to head over here, because this looks like the nicer part of town.
Absolutely it is.
I'll see if I can slip through whatever gate is at this wall.
Absolutely. The gate is open. Once you're past the main bulwark, they're kind of okay with people coming and going. There is clearly a little bit of a class divide here. You're surrounded on these lower streets by the slums, by the poor. And as you go into the upper city, you find that you're surrounded by what nobles there are. I'm trying to think of your background. It would be clear to you that the rich here aren't even that rich. This is a poor city, and it is beginning to affect even the elite. But, you know, they're dressed a little bit nicer. But there's not so deep a class divide that they, like, wall off the rich people from the poor people. It's just the slightly better side of town. And you're able to get through the guards, or through the wall. The guards don't pay you any mind. You're just a cat with a little cute backpack on. And in fact, do you try to do this secretly, or do you just act like you belong here?
I'm definitely skulking around like a cat that knows that it's doing something it's not supposed to.
Sure. Okay.
Trying to not be seen as much as I can.
Sure. Go ahead and give me just a casual stealth check then.
About fucking time.
There it is. That's 1 to outweigh your 11 nat ones this session.
Yeah.
Fucking wild. Yeah, easy. You're able to kind of just slip in and out, and people just don't pay you very much mind. You're small, and you know how to skulk, and there's a lot of activity on these streets. Yeah.
My immediate objective is to, because this is a nicer area of town, I'm going to assume that there is some kind of like a makeup shop or something.
Absolutely.
Some fancier hoity-toity place that I can pick up some cosmetics to kind of cover up Ruko and Sketch.
Perfect. What a delight. What a delight that this is your mission. As you make your way up into this nicer part of town, you find that it is very religiously oriented. And I don't know how much you know about Eden as a whole, but you would know that that's kind of common in the Dendric cities. It is a theocracy, and so the churches tend to rule. And when you begin looking around for a shop where you could buy makeup, you quickly lock eyes on a beautiful temple to Avanalo, this goddess or god of beauty, depending on how they're presented. Their icon, a parrot that has kind of got their wings spread, showing off all the colors of the rainbow. And you can see that even right out front, they have priests and priestesses that are wearing heavy makeup, beautiful clothing, and they have stalls where they are selling wigs and clothing and makeup and face paint and anything that you can imagine, and anything that you could use to beautify the body.
Cool. I'm gonna jump up onto one of the stalls, wherever I can find like whatever people would use for covering up fur. I assume there's several stalls that specialize in that.
Absolutely, yep.
Given the populace,
For sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump up there. I'm still a little bit injured from our fight, so I'll probably just look like a little scruffy street cat at this point.
Yep.
And I just give a real sad meow.
I love this. I am going to ask for a diplomacy check, and I'm going to give you a +2 circumstance bonus because of the tenets of Avanalo, which require them to be kind to animals.
I love this because it's like, what's your strategy? I go and I meow real loud. Like, I love this.
The priest that is there, this kind of
I vomit.
this fair-skinned man in his early 20s, this bright red hair, looks and he says, "Oh, aren't you so cute?" And he comes over and he gives you head rubs and scritches, and he seems to be at least petting you. But then you see that after he pets you, he kind of looks down at his hands and he goes over to a rag and washes his hands real quick.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. As soon as he turns his back, I grab one of the pallets in my mouth and I take off.
He just bolts.
Yeah.
Fucking excellent. Sure, I'm into it. Give me, your choice of either thievery or acrobatics to just bolt before you can be caught.
Same things.
Excellent. Yeah, you're gone. You're so far gone before they can chase after you. And as this man kind of chases half a block and then realizes that he can't keep up with you, you see that there's a little bit of an entertained smile that cracks across his face. And he actually lifts his eyes up towards the heaven and he makes a religious gesture, a prayer to Avanalo. And he does a little kiss towards the sky and then walks back towards his stall.
What a fucking idiot.
You have acquired your bounty. You have just a little case of makeup. It's nothing too terribly fancy, but it's got most of the primary colors and a couple of flesh tones.
Perfect. I will sneak off into an alley somewhere so that I can do this privately. And I'll summon up the hand and put it into my backpack.
All right, excellent. Perfect.
And then I'll keep an eye out for Lady Kata's, but it's not my main mission.
Sure.
As I'm heading back, if I happen to spot that, or if I happen to spot anyone that is looks well off and has a loose coin purse, I might make a swipe at it.
Perfect. Give me a perception check. Oh, this is so nice. This is just so nice.
Just
I'm gonna give you a couple.
See, this is the thing, chat. When you suffer, you will inevitably be rewarded later.
Yes, true.
That's how karma works.
Correct.
And this is the balance for today.
As we all know, God plays cards, not dice, even when he's playing dice.
Yeah.
This is great. This is wonderful. So several things happen on Tex's journey back towards the tavern. The first, and we'll get this one out of the way. As Tex is kind of looking around for a potential mark, he actually witnesses a little crime. He watches as a beggar starts to skulk down the street. He looks a little hungry, a little malnourished, and he sees a wealthy woman that is kind of minding her own business under a parasol, distracted, reading a newspaper. And he starts to go for the bag, and he gets caught. She turns around, swats with the parasol. And there's a little bit of a confrontation, And the beggar kind of says, please, no, no, please, please. And the woman kind of lowers her tone, and she fishes out a couple of gold pieces, and he looks to him. They'll take your arm off, sweetie. You need to... If I had more to give, I would give it, but trust me, you want both your arms. It'll be much harder for you if you don't. God's bless you. And she starts to go off on her way. And he takes the 2 copper pieces, and he kind of slumps down and starts to just shake a cup again. As this is all going on, though, Tex's eyes kind of drift past a little sign, a wooden sign, that says Lady Kata's Home for Talking Animals, that points just down a little alleyway.
God, I'm such a terrible person.
Are you going to go steal from this person?
I was torn between whether I go after the lady or the beggar.
Incredible.
But no, seeing the sign, I'll be like, oh, fuck it, it's fine. I have enough money. And I'll go take a peek into Lady Kata's. Like, what does this shop look like?
So it's not a shop. The alleyway kind of leads to a little clearing where there is a bit of a villa house almost that looks quite large and exquisite. It looks like this was probably a place that was once very beautiful, but you can see that it has been boarded up, and there is a big kind of piece of paper that has been tacked to the front door saying that it has been foreclosed, that they have been evicted, they couldn't make their payments. And below that, you see a little handwritten sign that says, with apologies, we've moved to the Orchard District. You can find us at 38 Apple Street.
Alright. It's just a little cat shrug, and he's gonna go back to the guppy hole.
Alright, perfect.
Yeah, whenever I get there, I'll go toss the makeup palette.
Alright, you guys are all able to reunite. Tex, you find Ruko and Sketch huddled under a bridge eating partially cooked raw fish.
Yes, it's not like the grossest thing I've ever eaten. I did eat a frog once, and it was raw as a prank. Oh, hey, Dex.
You gonna finish that?
I was gonna buy you some actual food, but no, you can fill yourself up on this and be good.
Is this an either or deal?
He suddenly looks defensive over his half-cooked fish. No, you can have some, I guess. Here you go.
I'll take a couple bites, and then the hand will pull the makeup palette and toss it to Sketch. Make yourselves pretty. We got a place to go.
Oh, where?
Orchard District.
We were just there.
I don't think so. Is the farming district the Orchard District?
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah.
We were walking right by it.
Probably.
So,
Alright.
why?
Well, that letter that I got, that's where it is.
Oh, okay. I'm intrigued.
I figure we should go and kill anyone there,
What?
so they can't find us again.
Oh, you're right. What if they're really friendly, though? They're gonna be a friendly badger.
No one friendly wants to talk to me.
Ruko just frowns.
Now hurry up and make yourself pretty so we don't get caught again.
I am beautiful. He swipes the makeup from Sketch for a second, grabs a little bit, and then gives it back. I don't even know what I'm doing.
You
That'll
don't. You don't just
probably-
grab a little bit. It's a pallet. That's not how that works.
He's like digging claws in and grabbing
Yeah.
chunks.
Just fully ruining this palette.
I've used makeup, not this weird powdery stuff, though. Usually like a softer paint. I don't. Sketch, help.
Yeah, I'll help.
All right. I'm going to treat this makeup kit as if it were a shoddy disguise kit. And I will let one of you make a deception check to help, which will increase the DC when people try to inspect you.
Shoddy. I went to a nice, respectable place.
Mostly because all it is the makeup, whereas a full disguise kit also includes, like, wigs and outfits and stuff like that.
That's fair.
Wait, what kind of check?
Deception.
Yeah, what?
Deception. What about performance?
I would allow performance. I'm fine with that. I am deeply convinced that they should be the same skill.
Shit.
You guys have had such wonderful rolls this game. Okay.
Mine are both +0.
Tex, you walk away for 4 or 5 minutes, and when you come back, you find what is very obviously just Ruko and Sketch in bad drag.
You've looked
Oh,
the same.
no. Oh, but I
What?
thought I got her eyes right. Like, this one really brings out his eyes, see?
It is so...
It's incredible. You've managed to make him look more like himself.
So it's perfect.
I think it's as good as it's going to get. We should just keep your hoods up.
Okay. Should we just wash it off or try again? Okay, we're going.
Alright, you guys, looking fabulous, make your way onto the street. And start heading back across the bridge over towards the Orchard District. And you quickly learn that Apple Street is way up on this hill over here, so you were not quite walking past it. It's a little ways off the main road that you guys walked along. But as you make your way up to Apple Street, you find that 38 is all the way at the very end, and there's a little bit of a wooded grove, and there are some stone steps that lead to a much smaller and a little more modest, although still quite large, little villa home. And a sign up front with kind of faded paint reads Lady Kata's Home for Talking Animals.
Can I do a sniff check?
Absolutely. Give me a perception check.
How much butt do I smell? Is there a lot of animals in there?
Well, let's find out.
Can I actually do one too?
Absolutely.
I smell paint.
I get sent to 30 feet.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I just smell Utex.
Rico, it's actually a little less than you might expect. You can't kind of catch like a little faint whiff of farm, but not more than like when you, in fact, maybe even a little less than when you walk by a stable or whatever. It doesn't smell like a barnyard. It kind of smells just like a normal villa in a farming community. Sketch, you get kind of the same vibe, although you can also smell more than anything else something warm and baked and fruity. You can smell that there is something delicious being cooked in this house. Tex, likewise with your imprecise scent, can get the same thing. You can smell there are definitely animals here for sure, although their scent is not super strong. It's not as strong as you might have expected. And you can tell that there is good food being cooked somewhere in this villa. The stone steps lead up to a wide archway that kind of just opens right up into a walking area with a nice rug that leads out into a courtyard in the middle, which is currently empty. No signs of anybody.
These are animals that know to bathe.
Maybe you can learn something. He steps away so you don't hit him. And I'm gonna can I subtly cast this somewhere and like just like where I'm not being watched?
Yeah, if you kind of like pull around a corner so that you're not being, watched as you cast it, you can absolutely throw it up.
Yeah. Just to have a vibe.
Let's see, you get a pulse, presence of magic, you get presence or absence, but not location, Cool. Within a 30-foot emanation from you. Nothing within a 30-foot emanation.
What
The entire
about
place
for
must
me?
be saved.
From you, also nothing within a 30-foot emanation.
Nope, nothing over here.
Ruko's doing that Spider-Man point thing at Sketch.
Point back.
We can find all the magic.
We can. I'll know where all the magic things are all the time.
As you step in, you see a little bit more of the courtyard. You can see that there's a nice little pond in the middle of it. You can see that there's a bench that's been set up. And you can see, even from this distance, that there are a bunch of chairs, rocking chairs, that are kind of all throughout that place. Some of which are very small, some of which are very big. You can see that there are little, like, trees, almost like, what is the word for like the monkey bars? It's like a little playground, basically, with lots of things of varying sizes. But as you're stepping in and as you look, you hear a door open, kind of over here to your left. And you watch as out steps an elderly woman, a troll, very tall because she is a troll, with graying hair that's kind of done up in braids behind her back. Colorful clothing that is faded and worn. It's clear that they have not been replaced in a long time. And as she comes around, she is holding some sort of very sweet-smelling fruit pie. And she steps across and starts to walk this way. And she turns and sees, oh, no, you're in the right place. Are you hungry?
I was going for my dagger and then smelled the pie.
What kind of pie?
I like you a lot. This one is blueberry.
Ooh.
Are you going somewhere urgently?
No.
And does he talk? Look in the text.
He's just kind of staring at the pie.
I think he might talk after he's had some of the pie.
Or he just won't shut up if he doesn't get the pie.
She
Either
smiled.
or.
Well, if you're not going anywhere in a hurry, and he might maybe talk, then you're at the right place. Come with me, come.
Hey, Sketch, you know fruit? How much do you think this pie is poisoned?
I don't know if it's gonna be poisoned because it's made out of fruit.
But the poison fruit, you...
Oh, blueberries aren't poisonous. If it's actually
No,
blueberries.
she could poison the fruit.
Oh no, there's so many people.
Oh my god, his name is Popcorn.
As you step into the dining hall, you see that there is a gaggle of animals that have gathered, some on seats, some sitting beside the table because they're just too big. You can see that there's a little fish in a fishbowl and a cart at the end of the table, as well as a swarm of bees that have all just kind of gathered in one corner. And they all turn and watch Lady Kata step in and set the pie down in front. And she passes it to the bear. Winter, would you please pass this around? Yes, ma'am. And she cuts out a piece for herself that is just the right size for a bear. And then she starts to push it over. Let me help. And she cuts two tiny little pieces for the lovebirds beside, and then passes it over to the monkey, who cuts a piece for himself. And it just begins to go around, and you can see that there are already several dishes out here. There's a bowl of corn. There are a handful of, like, some sort of steak skewers. And then she turns back and looks to all three of you. Please, find a seat anywhere you like. Children, please, make some room. And you watch as some of them start to shuffle a bit.
Oh good, look at all these friends who get to die.
What?
They better not die, they're so cute.
Yeah, look what happened to the last talking animals that we met.
Yeah, I can't kill all of them.
I would never do that to you twice, would I?
Never.
It's gonna be popcorn.
Look at the giant kitty.
It better not be Popcorn. Popcorn's the best.
I don't even know this cat. I'm both terrified and I love him.
Hi, I'm...
What's Chen? Is that a
Chin,
goldfish?
Chin, no, it's a little betta fish in
Oh.
in a fish tank. And you can see that as the pie goes by, the bees all kind of collectively gather around, and they begin to just peel off little crumbs, and then they fly over the fish tank and drop in little crumbs that Chin begins to nibble from the top. Yes. Work together. I'll be back. I have one more dish. Be kind to our new guests. Lady Kata starts to go off in a bit of a hurry to go fetch more food. When she leaves, all of the animals kind of just like stare at you guys. Until eventually, Winter, the bear, stands up. I'm Winter. What's your names?
I'm Sketch.
I'm Ruko.
And then they all like kind of expectantly look at Tex.
Have I gotten a piece of pie yet?
It's about this time that Saruman the rat kind of climbs up onto the table and with all of his might pie over towards you. And you can see that there's, a pretty decent chunk left for all three of you.
Perfect.
Ruko's trying to entertain the crowd
Say-
a little bit. Maybe his name is Hungry. Yeah.
I'm uninterested, and I'm going to just start eating.
It's good to meet you, uninterested. Were you... and at this point, Lady Kata comes back in. This time with a big pile of, like, steaming greens. There's, like, some spinach, a little bit of broccoli, some beans. Alright, everyone. We have some new people with us today. I don't know if they'll be staying with us, but they'll at least be dining with us because they're family now. Treat them nicely. Okay. And she kind of just begins to sit down and start eating, and so do all of the other animals. And they begin to chatter amongst themselves. You can hear that some of the whispers are about you, but most of them are just going about their business. The two lumpbirds are kind of just whispering to each other. You can see that Boxer and Scooch, the snake and the newt over here, seem to be like telling jokes to each other. It's just kind of a nice little dinner scene. Everybody seems to have kind of cliques that have formed. But eventually, the scorpion next to you, Tex, looks over. I'm Castaway. What's your real name?
Like, you can call me Tex.
I'll call you Tex then. That's a fun name. Were you awakened? Are you a daemon?
I flicked at two tails.
Yeah, I probably should have guessed. We try not to make too many assumptions. One time we had a very wise old man that was polymorphed. That was an experience.
That must be a miserable experience.
He didn't seem to like it, but we got him fixed. And at this point, Lady Kata says, "Oh, we don't say fixed. He was to the state he desired to be in. But that doesn't mean that any of you are broken." And several of them nod, and a bunch of them kind of, Castaway in particular. Yes, sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Do you...
How did he return to that state?
Oh, well, in Albert's case, it was a very simple polymorph with a very expensive but standard procedure to reverse it. We simply had to find somebody who could dispel the magic and was strong enough to overcome it. And they were back to their old body.
That person doesn't happen to still be here, do they? Are they?
I'm afraid not. They were with Landfall, and they lost their funding several years ago, although I've heard that they are trying to rebuild outside of the city where they won't owe any taxes. It seems like, well, if you ask me, it seems a little suicidal, truthfully. But if anybody can do it, I suppose it would be them.
I'm gonna look to the unnamed badger, and we'll pull out the paper and slide it over.
When you do, the badger kind of looks at it very quickly, climbs up onto the table, and grabs it, and then scuffles back to the sheet. To his chair, rather. Well, what's this? and they look at it as if they don't know anything about it.
Can I do insight check?
Absolutely, go for it. The vibe you get is less like... it's more embarrassment than fear, I guess is the best way to put it. They seem a little like embarrassed to have been caught sending a letter, or to recognize you or something along those lines. It's like they're trying to play it off cool, like, oh, what's this? I've never seen this before.
I'll fix that. Can I just, like, with eyes kind of flash, and I'm just gonna kind of glare at them.
They kind of like...
Cat got your tongue.
Yeah, well, and at this point, Rock, the monkey next to him, you're not supposed to send letters on your own. We can work as a team to do it. I'm good at writing, and they're good at moving it around. Motions over to the crow. Why'd you send a letter on your own? It was, private, I guess. And Lady Kata chimes up, that's alright. You are allowed to have your own life. If you want help, you can ask for it, but if not, you can do whatever you please. You don't have to be ashamed. And the badger kind of nods. Alright. And Lady Kata kind of looks to everyone. Why don't we introduce ourselves? I know we aren't supposed to talk with our mouths full, but maybe we can make an exception since they just showed up. And she kind of motions. Starting with Castaway. Castaway. Saruman. Macarena. Popcorn. I'm Chin. Oh, we're Honey Millions. You can just call us Millies for short. My name is Hal. I'm Scooch. I'm Boxer. And then it gets to the badger. And they just, for a long time, sit there with their mouth open. And it's very clear that they don't want to say it. And everyone is looking at this badger. Lady Kata kind of recognizes this and says, you don't have to if you don't want to, but is something wrong? And the badger eventually says, no, it's okay. My name is Edel. And then the monkey raises his hand. I'm Rock. Max. Daisy. And I'm Winter. And then Lady Kata says, and I am Lady Kata. And now, perhaps we can finish our dinner, and then we'll get to meet each other properly. And as everybody goes back to eating, Edel the badger stares at you, Tex, with an expression that reads, now, a little bit of terror.
That's a very bad joke.
It's not a joke. I know your name. Tex.
Who put you up to this?
Maybe we should talk in private.
Maybe we should.
And a bunch of the other animals kind of like recognize that there is tension all of a sudden. And Lady Kata takes a moment. If you would like, there are spare rooms in the north. You're welcome to speak. Edel, do you need help? I can speak to you if you need. And Edel looks to Lady Kata and then back to Tex. No, I don't think that I do. But thank you, Miss Kata. And goes back to eating. And there's kind of a little bit of a more sullen mood that eventually kind of works its way back up, warms up as they get back into conversation. And one by one, each of these animals sort of finishes their meal. May I be excused? Yes, of course. And one by one, they begin to carry their dishes over towards the kitchen. Those that can. Winter and Rock help out a little bit extra since they're better at it. Eventually, Popcorn kind of tucks his head up under the hoop of this cart and drags it out with Chin and Honey Millions in it. And one by one, all of these animals start to leave until it is just all of you and Edel. And Lady Kata kind of goes over, closes the door. Would you all like a moment to speak privately? I don't want to interfere if everything is going to be okay.
You should leave.
Edel, do you want to come with me? And Edel looks at Lady Kata and shakes their head. No, I'll be alright. Very well. She picks up her pie plate and walks on, closes the door behind her.
You have 5 seconds.
I shouldn't have done it. It was... I was trying to do it my way, and they got impatient. And they told me that if I didn't do something now, they would have my head. And so I did it, and I'm sorry, and I didn't want to do it, but I figured it was better than what the Witchers were going to do to you. They were going to try to just kill you, and I knew that that wouldn't work, and I knew that you would be back, and it would only make you angry, and I don't want you to be angry. I don't want you to be angry. They found out that I didn't finish it. And so they said that, well, I should suffer the same fate. So, then they look down at their paws. It's not that bad, I guess.
I don't have time for any of this. And I head towards the door, and I get to it, and I can't open it. And I just jump, and it's real awkward, and it really ruins the drama of it.
Tex, I can fix you.
No. I don't want to hear it.
Just get that for you here. There.
Well, they are not all actually gathered outside the door here. Although a couple
They're
of
all like listening.
a couple of them, for the record, a couple of them certainly are. Macarena for sure cannot stay out of this, and probably Rock would be the other one listening. And they both try to act like they're just having a conversation outside of the door as you come out. And Lady Kata looks to all of you. I hope that was good. You're welcome back anytime.
Yeah, thank you for the meal. It was very good.
Yes, if you need a place to stay or safety, don't hesitate to come back.
Ruko gives the badger a sad look, I guess.
Yeah, and they look back. Or go ahead.
Just, I don't know. Without words, he's trying to just express some sort of sympathy or kindness. He doesn't know what's going on, but
Sure. Give me
doesn't get a bad vibe, at least from his attempt to fix things. He can relate.
give me a perception check. A couple of things happen. The first is that when you look at this badger, even though they're an animal, you can still normally read like a little bit of expression on the animal. This animal has a cold, absent, vacant look, like they have practiced being detached for years and years. And even though this seems like it was probably a very tense moment, or even an emotional moment, they kind of just immediately dissociate. It's very apparent to you that the mind inside of this animal has kind of just gone back to being blank. However, on a 24, you notice that they momentarily look at your crest, your symbol, your Spirit Weaver symbol. And then their eyes glance downward with like a hint of almost shame. Like they are ashamed to be in your presence almost. And then quickly they kind of like sit up straight and try to act normal and go back to eating the last of their food.
Rugo leaves like, you want to talk about a leader sort of thing? Close the door. He doesn't say that, but he
Do you make
gives
like
a
a
gesture.
you make a gesture?
Like yeah, like he'll touch the emblem and then hand out, spread like generous sort of.
Does it
I don't know, how do you express that?
really work? Making them happy?
It's the only way.
I shouldn't have tried to. I overstepped. I read about it, and I only had a surface understanding of it, and I think that I really messed up. I just didn't know what else to do, and I couldn't find you, or, you, and emotions to the symbol. I thought maybe we could try to do it our way.
Your way?
I don't know how much I should really say. You could be in a lot of trouble if they find out.
I am already in so much deep shit. It's okay.
With who?
Who hates the Spirit Weavers most of all?
And you see that they chuckle a little. Well, then I think we already have the same enemy. Your friend, too, right? With the paint?
Yeah, he's a little weird, but he's kind of cool. Yeah, him too. I'm weirder for the record.
I don't think he'll listen to me. But it seems like he trusts you. You haven't lost him yet. Just be gentle with him. I know that he looks and he feels and he sounds angry because he is, and he should be. That's all he is. But I don't think that's all there is. If that was it, if it was just anger that made him, then that wouldn't be left. And he kind of like motions towards the window where Tex is not quite visible, but, referencing Tex's current form. He shouldn't have. There's something else in there. And I can't find it. I couldn't find it. I wasn't able to find it fast enough, but maybe you can.
Ruko's like looking at the grain of the desk. He's thinking a little bit. I sense it too. There sure is a lot of anger sometimes, but it's there.
Well,
And he's tolerating me, so
I mean,
small steps. He doesn't share anything about himself, and I don't want to pry, but you seem to have known him.
oh, I don't know if I could really say that I knew him, but I tried. I just wish I had more time. Those people are ruthless, which is how we got this in the first place. I think.
Yeah. Ruko's just, he's got so many questions on his face, but he's just biting his lip.
I have to do some of my chores. Lady Kata's very nice, and they've all been so kind to me. I like to give back by helping with the laundry. But I will not be going anywhere for a long time, probably. So, if he changes his mind, I'll be here.
Right. And I have a mind to try to correct things where I can. If I don't know if it's too much to ask, but at some point you should maybe share what happened so I can figure out how to reverse whatever happened. He really hasn't shared much at all with me.
If I tell you suddenly, he'll know. I think it needs to be his decision. As long as you can avoid them, you should have more time to do what I couldn't. And then maybe when he comes around, I can help to get him back. When he's ready.
Ruko looks immensely exhausted. Yep, he'll come around. I'll just give him a drink or something. He'll tell me all the things. It'll be a great time. It'll be real fast. Yep.
While that
Yep.
while that conversation is happening outside, Sketch, you follow Tex out towards the front door.
Hey, I'm not gonna ask if you're okay, because obviously you're not. But what was that?
Oh, is it obvious?
Well, I
We
mean,
have to leave, kid.
but she said she could provide protection here, right? Like, it wouldn't be bad to stay here.
It's a trap, obviously.
What do you mean? Like, they just had family dinner. Do you know that, Badger?
No. That isn't them.
They're different, you mean?
Whoever that is, it's a trick. It couldn't possibly be them.
Are they gone?
Yes.
I've heard of people coming back, or maybe they weren't actually dead, but if you're sure.
It's not them.
Does Ruko know them? Ruko's hung back for a little bit.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Do we need to go save him if it's some sort of weird ghost?
Fuck. I'll turn around and go barge in on their conversation.
Alright, you get there basically as Ruko is starting to walk towards the door and walk out. And you do definitely overhear, like, the tail end of a conversation there. They were talking, for sure.
Brat, we gotta go.
What? Oh, okay. What? What was all that? Okay, we gotta go. What is going on?
Get to look around at the area here in the middle and at the animals, and then eventually head back out with everybody.
I really want to meet popcorn.
You too. I want to go lay on him.
X, you sure we can't just like go far away from that guy and just like kind of hang out a little bit?
Cyrillin's here and they know that we're here.
Imminent death.
We don't leave,
or
they're gonna be
giant-
on us.
Oh. Shit. Yeah. That's not gonna work then. We should probably go.
Imminent death or giant fluffy tiger playing in water. Oh boy.
It's the hardest decision I've ever made in my life, but I think we've got to do it.
You can come back with really good disguises.
Alright. You guys.
Oh, it's like at the farmer's market when they have free samples, but you're only allowed to have one. So you come back dressed as somebody else and take a second one.
Oh yeah, and you put on a limb too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the bright side is you guys are already in your first disguises, so
True.
I will look at Sketch and say, you can do whatever you want, kid. You're free now.
Well,
Me too.
I think we should stick with Gigi for a little bit, so I'm not gonna just, ditch you guys.
Oh, Gigi's got to be here for a while, and we got to get out of here.
Well, they've
Yeah.
seen me with you, right? Do you think if I'm here, it's gonna be obvious that you're nearby?
Probably. But you'll make a good distraction.
Well, great.
You know what else would make a good distraction? We
What?
we recruit popcorn and winter.
You could hide
Really?
underneath them or behind them, and they'd never see us. It's a good point.
No, we recruit them. They look like adventurous sorts. Sort of. You squint your eyes.
Kid, you can barely feed me. You want to feed a bear and a tiger?
A good point. That tiger did eat a lot of pie.
Why don't we just add a lion to the mix?
That'd be
Just
so
have a
cool.
whole menagerie.
Hex, you
Ooh,
have the
we could
best
start our
ideas.
own menagerie that isn't weird and racist. Our own menagerie with blackjack and hookers. But for now, let's just go. We can come back later with disguises. I don't know how we're going to disguise a cat, but we'll make it work.
Agreed.
all right. You guys make your way back into the city. Are you heading back to the tavern, or where are you heading?
The docks to get a ship.
Could also look for mercenaries, but I guess we shouldn't hire them too early, because then we have to pay them for 2 days just to sit around.
Before we leave, Ruko's gonna try to go into the window. If the badger's still in that room,
Sure, sure.
pop up his head. It's kind of scary at first because it's just the sunlight through his glasses and there's just eyes in the window.
Right.
And he's gonna talk. He's gonna try to get the badger's attention. Knock on the window twice and ask him, what if he's in there? Is he still in there?
Yes.
Whoa, there are two of me? Whoa. Anyways, he's gonna ask, hey, weird question.
Yeah?
If this place somehow goes up in the flame, and I'm not planning this, I promise. If something bad happens, do you have a hiding place where we can find you, just in case you're not here? Because I have questions. I need to know some things. I might need to know things that only you know sometime. When I'm better.
Before I came here, the only other place I was going to consider was maybe the guild up on the hill, just because the bad guys don't go there.
Guild on the hill.
Yeah, it's dangerous. You have to go through the jungle a little bit. It's on the cliff, landfall. They're rebuilding there.
Okay. Maybe we'll find you there if you're not here.
Yeah, but I mean, this place has been pretty safe for a long time, and I have to do laundry, so I'll probably be here.
All right. I hope everything's fine. It'll be fine. Good luck with the laundry.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah, good luck with all of that. I hope it works. I really liked him.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, bye.
He trips over a shrub and then keeps running.
Wonderful. Alright. Back out in the city, there are little fishing boats everywhere that you could potentially just, grab or try to negotiate for. If you make your way all to the docks, all the way over to the dock, you quickly find that there are Cyrillian guards that are kind of watching the gatehouses, just like there were at the gates. You can certainly try to sneak past if you'd like. After all, you're disguised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Sketch.
Uh-huh.
You know only magic that gives people like explosive diarrhea immediately. I need to learn something like that. Look at them. They're all exquisite in their armor. Just imagine the chaos.
I mean, it would be funny, but that's also, like, that's gross.
Yeah.
Why would I want to waste like I can only learn so much magic. Why would I waste time learning poop magic?
Why would you not? It'd be so funny.
Because there's better magic than poop magic. Virgo.
Maybe this is a cultural difference. It's the grossest magic, which makes it the most effective.
Okay, if you say so.
Can't do literally anything
But
if that
like,
happens.
but if you like rip all the blood out of their body, they just die.
That
That sounds way more useful than making them poop.
I'm not going straight to death. I mean, you know.
Okay, yeah. I guess if you want to mildly inconvenience them.
Wait, that's a thing for you, isn't it? The blood.
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah. For my people, it is. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It's been odd being away from it. Like, you know, we don't exactly do blood sacrifices at the circus.
Yeah. Here, we'll meet in the middle. We can find some potent magic that makes some shit blood. Anyways, we need to actually sneak by because I don't have any weird witchy spells for this.
Okay, we can try. We're in disguise. We'll be fine.
Are there any like guides that for hire?
Yes, you would have seen it as Gigi was kind of transported. Actually, you would have seen it again as you went up towards Lady Kata. Over around here is where a lot of like mercenaries and like travelers for hire and guides for hire hang out. Is by the stone wall leading out into the jungles, and they definitely have. Boy, guide makes it sound like it's going to be a predictable trick. Which it certainly is not. But you do find mercenaries who claim to be experienced in the area and are willing to travel with you as sort of somebody who knows the terrain and has a little bit of a combat skill. The prices are pretty steep, and it is listed as still very dangerous even with the help of a guide. But yeah, for sure.
Alright, kid. Think there's anybody here that could take us to Zulukara?
Oh gosh, we're real far away from that. I don't know.
Take the rivers, maybe?
Oh yeah, I can just look at the world map. I love Foundry.
Yeah, pull you over. You can get to it anytime.
Yeah, I guess the rivers could get us down near the northern border. We'd have to deal with the mountains though. Yeah, I think a boat probably could get us. We'd have to get to a river though, which means that's a long way.
Am I lost? Why are we going to Zulukara? Bring you back home? And then what?
If I know my brother, he's still in my homeland defending things. But, I mean, that's just assuming based off the fact he's never come to find me so far.
Damn.
We need to get away from the city because there's Cyrillin spies that know where we are.
Are you sure?
Positive.
What makes you say that? Do you think the badger told on you?
Yes.
And the letter was bait to get us to come here?
Yes.
What a little shitter! Okay, now I understand the purpose of poop magic.
Yeah. When they're shit, you make them shit.
Yeah, I don't want to think I want to kill a badger, but I'd make him poop and be inconvenienced.
Oh, it's so gross. It's creeping me out. I like it. I'm not into that, for the record. I just want them to suffer
Uh-huh. Okay, good save.
before you get
We'll
any
go with
sick
it.
ideas. I'm from a bog city. The weird witchy things that makes your stomach churn, it's always very effective.
Okay. I don't really know what a bog is. I don't think I've been to one.
Where the ground is soup and it tries to eat you.
The ground is soup? I don't...
Stick
I'm
your
just
foot in
gonna...
porridge, and you'll know.
Why would I do that? That sounds terrible. I'm just gonna hope I never see a bog.
It's great, though. Whatever.
But porridge on your feet, that just...
Okay, now you're
Ugh.
making it weird. Oh, okay, let's keep moving. Where do we go?
Yeah, you guys tell me. You guys are currently huddled up a couple of blocks away from one of the harbor entrances. You can see that there are a handful of guards, a few Edgesight, and also a few Cyrillin Overwatchers. You do see that at least one of the Cyrillin Overwatchers is a Sun Mage. They are constantly casting magic. Most likely, because two of you have done this, most likely keeping up a detect magic, just like you guys have done, to watch people as they come and go.
So Tex has been faced with his backstory and doesn't want to deal with it. So he wants to just be anywhere else. I out of character understand that we kind of need to be here for the sake of grouping everybody up. So whatever you guys need to do to get Tex to calm his shit and stay here for a bit.
We need to stay a few days, otherwise Gigi's gonna think we died.
That might be for the best. Then doesn't have to worry about the Moonstone.
No, because then he'd worry about what happened to the Moonstone. I think it'd just give him anxiety and he'd die.
So, the good parts. They're over in there, the big part of the city. Yeah.
The richer
The
parts,
chips.
yeah. If we're wanting to look for higher quality stuff, it's going to be in there. We could buy a boat and sail around the outside, but that sounds like a pain. And
I don't even know how to ride on a ship. Nearly died the first night. But
you got used to it.
okay, wait, meta recap. What values are within the city walls that we are trying to accomplish? We can have Sketch find an outlet to seek his way back home, sort of. And Tex just wants to go. Ruko's a little lost at the moment because he didn't expect to be over here in the first place. He's just trying to not get hunted down and killed.
For sure. Initially, your main goal was just to get away from Cyrillin, and frankly, it seems that you're not, you've kind of wandered out of a frying pan and back into a fryer. Although the presence here is not super, super thick if you stay in kind of the poorer parts of town. Tex wanted to check in briefly and casually to Lady Kata's, and that's been done now. So at this point, it's kind of up to you. You can stay here for a while. You could find somewhere else to go. You could wait for Gigi and just stay close to Gigi for a bit, although it sounds like he's going to be here for a while. Things are a little open. Don't worry too much about where meta you need to be. I can make it work no matter what happens. Just that kind of in character. It's up to you to decide where you're headed next. Sketch,
Okay.
you are free for the first time in your entire life, and as kind of the driving force with a goal, it's up to you what you think would be the most effective for eventually reuniting with Fetch.
Okay.
Ruko and Tex are probably mostly preoccupied with staying somewhere safe, and it's up to you to decide where you think safe is right now.
Where did I last remember seeing my parents at? Obviously, they could be anywhere, but that would be a place to start, probably.
Absolutely. You last saw them on the southwestern shores of Zulakara, right here near the Karuki Choke.
Ooh, okay. Dang, they could be just about anywhere then. Fuck.
Sure could. They have been all over.
God. Okay. Probably should avoid the path that the menagerie takes. So avoiding stops on that route would be good. Do I still have that? We still have that map. Oh.
I'm trying to remember where you had that map. That was in the. Where did you guys see a map? Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of Group 3 had a big old map.
Did we ever actually see that? I don't remember.
Group 1 had the.
Was it Group 1 that had the map? Okay, so we've
Yeah.
never actually seen it. Well, I would know the route.
You
though.
would know the
Yeah.
route for sure. Yeah, you worked it for a year and a half. In fact, if you have any of your circus equipment with you, it's very likely that you have it, or like you have a copy of it at least.
Have a copy of it. It might be in like my pocket of my outfit or something.
Right.
Yeah.
I will also throw in just a little note into this plan. Traveling throughout this world is extremely dangerous. Traveling aboard a ship means stowing away or paying for a fare. Traveling through the wilds means either being strong or paying strong mercenaries to travel with you. And most of you are, unless you decide to part ways with that moonstone somehow, scant broke. It's not a terrible idea to just try to find a way to make a little money real quick so that you can pay some mercenaries or get aboard a boat or something along those lines to get away from this place. Frankly, it's the same thing that Ruko has been struggling with for the past several years of his life, is how do you move and make money? How do you make money on the go?
And avoid Cyril and guards.
Right, exactly.
Maybe I got so much money.
How much money do you have?
More than you.
Well, yeah, obviously you have more than me. The guy was a slave until like 2 days ago.
You know,
Yeah.
you get really drunk.
I
Go
have
think
16
that'll
days.
help?
Like a restaurant or something.
I think you might have a money problem because you drink too much.
I don't drink too much. I just think, did they give you drinks? Were you able to drink? Did they give you good food besides funnel cake?
Well, yeah, that'd be good. I guess we could work at like a tavern or something. Maybe they give you discounts. I don't know.
I can get
But
some
we can't really
coin.
do that on the move, can we? Would
Sure
it be
can.
easier to... Could we be mercenaries? We killed those bugs. But like...
I think I'll
Those
die
giant...
immediately.
Yeah, I was gonna say those giant things are still out there too. We didn't kill that. And we probably would have died if Gigi wasn't there.
Yeah, well, we can travel around, make some money, get some info, intel.
Okay.
And with any extra cash we can pull in, or
Well-
steal, then you can enjoy some
Healing
of the
is a way
amenities
to
of,
make money. We
Healing?
could do that.
Oh, I thought you said healing. Stealing.
Healing or stealing. Healing, either or. Yeah, that would work too. If we're going to be stealing, though, we probably should go to where the money's at, right? We're not going to
would
get
like-
anything down here.
I would like to steal.
I think that might be the easiest way. We're hiding, and we get money.
Huh.
I
Okay.
love this.
We got the heal. The
fair warning.
steal.
The punishment for you people is having your arms chopped off here.
Yep.
Oh, I like my
So-
arms.
Perhaps leave the ceiling to a four-legged one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got. You can.
I'm
do
not
some
going
of
to
the,
chop the arms off of a cat.
We should, like, buy a bag or something to hide you in first. That way, if you need a quick getaway, you can jump in someone's bag.
Well, that would make you an accomplice. I'll just
Not
hide
that
under your
this
cloak
weird
again.
stray cat got in my bag. Oh, no.
I'll hide under your cloak again.
That seems more suspicious, but
Just squirm less.
like digging the claws in so hard.
If I don't dig the claws in, then I'll fall.
Well, then maybe I need to get a shirt.
Or some thicker skin.
You can't just buy that.
figured you would have developed that working in a freak show for a year and a half.
Well, you think, huh? Alright, let's just go. I'll deal with it.
Alright, where are you going? Are you going to steal?
I think we're going to steal, which
We're
means
going
we're
to
gonna go. We're gonna try to go north to steal.
North to steal.
We'll
Yeah.
find some nice places and see if I can convince some people to let me play some music.
Okay.
Hopefully with a better disguise.
And maybe use a false name this time.
Yeah.
Alright, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I love this.
I don't know. I could do my act some if that'd help. I could like dance if you play music. Does that work?
Absolutely.
Okay. There's
I-
two ways to make money.
I will
Stealing
be-
and honest.
I bet they pay a pretty penny for some berries, the healing ones.
Yeah, I could do those.
Cool, we're the trio. The healing, the stealing, and the dealing, I guess.
If you do your performance, don't forget that your madam's troop comes
Right.
by here next.
Yeah,
So,
so don't make it racist.
or don't make it noticeable, as in maybe make a new act. One that's less racist.
Yeah, that one wasn't my favorite. I'll do the one that I never got to really perform that often. We'll do that one. Maybe I should
One
get,
that won't make you recognizable.
maybe we should get a disguise then before we do that. So do we steal, use that money to buy a disguise, and then use the disguise to get money from performing?
I'll steal you a wig. Give me a minute.
Alright,
Okay.
let's do it. We're going into montage mode as you guys spend a couple days stealing, dealing, and spieling.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
healing.
Healing.
Wonderful. Let's start with a thievery check from Tex.
Do I get anything for this?
Let me double check. Let me go read Earning Income Criminal Underworld. I think this is a whole thing. Let's see.
He's got no hands and nothing to lose.
I would let you do stealth instead of thievery if you wanted, just because you're very small and very sneaky. And it's less about picking pockets and more about just, like, playing up the fact that you're a cat who runs off with things from time to time.
That's so wildly unhelpful for me.
I'm so sorry. If you wanna pitch something else, I'll hear
Like,
it.
no, I mean, it's the best skill I've got.
All
And-
right.
But they're both the same.
I gotcha.
I was really looking for, like, a circumstance bonus or something.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, like, the DC
I don't
is
know
adjusted
why I
because you're a
would.
catch.
I don't know why I would get one, but
right.
just
Just,
kind of...
you gotta ask.
Right.
The big advantage for you
There
is...
you go.
Hey! Oh my god.
Karma.
Jesus
See,
Christ.
karma exists, people.
Yay!
Open your eyes.
All this time you thought you were building a fighter, but instead, as the dice have determined, you've actually made a very, very competent rogue.
Yeah. I mean, I got good decks, and I got training in stealth and thievery, so...
Yeah, goddamn. Let's see,
This
outstanding.
is the best I'm going to be at these skills, so I better milk it.
Yeah. Critical success, you do outstanding work. You gain the amount of currency listed for the task level, +1. You intentionally went to a nicer part of town, which bumps that up. Okay, I know that you don't have these tables memorized, so I'm just going to kind of ask you. Well, you've already seen it. No, I should set it based on the city's level. That's what I should do. Okay, here, we're doing it. Over the course of about 2 days, or I guess this would all be done on the first day so that you can pass things off, and then you'd continue on to the second day and get more. But over the course of these 2 days, you make about 2 gold pieces, which is like $1,000, stealing from rich people.
Can I convert some of that money into the objects that I was looking for? Specifically, some, like, disguise kit
Yes,
pieces?
absolutely. Let me go take a look and see what those cost. Bet they're crazy expensive for some. Oh, hey, look, a disguise kit is like a fully set disguise kit with, like, wigs, makeup, multiple sets of costumes, Everything that you would need to fully change your appearance is 2 gold pieces. If you would rather just have kind of like a wig or 2, a good set of makeup, and maybe 1 outfit, I'll give it to you for half price.
I don't think that there's any worlds or any way for me to logically justify Tex ever stealing an outfit.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'll take like the wigs, any little bits of makeup and stuff that I can scrounge up. But outfits are kind of going to be up to the other two.
Okay,
What to buy those?
I dig.
Yeah.
These are full quality, so I don't think calling it shoddy is appropriate. I think I'm going to call this like a limited use disguise kit. You've got enough wigs to effectively do like, I don't know, maybe three schemes. You have 3 schemes times the whole party, so you can do 3 schemes worth of disguises.
Okay.
And then you also steal just a gold left over.
Cool.
So
So
ordinary
I'll do
clothing is 1 silver piece, and explorer's clothing is this 1 silver piece. So we could get some other outfits for pretty cheap, and I could foot that. I've got 9 silver. I can buy, I don't know, 4 or 5 outfits. I'll do 5.
Perfect. All right, excellent. Next up, it's the 2. Are you guys doing an act together? It sounds like one of you is doing music and the other is kind of dancing.
Yeah.
I love it. Let me get some performance checks from you. And before you roll, I'm going to ask you, what DC would you like between 14 and 19? Basically, how nice of a part of town are you playing in? The nicer, the more money you stand to make, but also you are a little more likely to fail. And it is worth mentioning that a critical failure comes with a risk of like being recognized and potentially spotted. Pointed out.
Oh boy.
Do we get to disguise ourselves first?
You do, and I'm going to give that a bonus to your check. I'll call that a... let's see. I'll call that a +2 circumstance bonus.
Nice part of town. Eh? What do you say? What do you say, Sketch?
I think we probably can. Give me just a second. I want to make sure that I took the acrobatic performer and not a different skill feat that I shouldn't have taken.
Good job. And for what it's worth, even if you don't have it, you can always try to do something. There just might be a small DC increase.
I think I was worried about falling from like something up high in the first session, so I took steady balance so I didn't die.
That seems reasonable.
So I don't have it, but I'd like to perform using acrobatics even if the DC is a little higher.
Understood. All right, perfect. All right, you guys are going all the way up to the nicest part of town, DC 19?
Yeah.
Do we have to get average of 19? But what is our...
No. Essentially, if you meet it, you make money. If you fail, you just don't make more than the bare minimum amount of money. You don't really run into trouble unless you critically fail. So as long as you roll a 10 or better, you're not going to critically fail.
Okay.
You have a +2 from your disguises, and then we'll say that the DC goes up by 1 because you're using acrobatics. That one is just for you, Sketch.
Cool.
Also, I need some of this. What would I do with this?
It's like a counter charm. If you see somebody else is trying to charm you with magic, you use that to shut them down. It's a reaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, sure. I think we can do it.
Can...
We've got hero points. We need to use them.
Yeah, exactly.
We're already an hour over. If we don't use them now, we're never going to use them.
What's the worst that could happen?
All right.
Just ask faster.
Right before a performance, if they have like a performance area where they got like stuff
Absolutely.
to stash, or whatever, I'm gonna secret.
You would actually find there is a temple to Ladenir, which is the god that you saw at the back of Madame Monarch's cart, the god of entertainers. And there is a stage that is set up in front of that temple that is open for anyone to use.
We could also possibly go to an Evanalo temple.
Sure.
I mean, wearing good clothing, music and art, that would all be good there too. So, either way.
Yeah, either way, you'll draw an audience. And in fact, over the course of 2 days, I imagine you might even hit both.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're able to throw up a guidance, and the routine begins. Let me get performance checks or acrobatics from you, Sketch.
You have guidance.
That is very good. That is a success.
Cool. And guidance, how do I do that? Is that
Just a +1 bumps it to
just a
23.
+1? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's to cover up the fact that I'm gonna fuck this up. Okay, here we go. Performance.
Hero point. Hero point.
I would love nothing more than for you to roll another 1 right now with your hero point. Oh boy, it was next to it. Alright, 20 is what you need to succeed. Let's see, you guys both did the 19, you both succeed. Wonderful. Over the course of a couple days, you guys collectively make about 1 gold and 3 silver.
Amazing.
Which is something like, I'm so bad at math, like $650 or something in that ballpark.
Okay, cool. That's not
Oh, boy.
too bad.
Yeah, we sure made a lot, and Tex did not make more than that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he made more than us both.
Tex made a killing. He killed it with that thievery check. That was great.
We did it without losing our hands. So, yeah.
We couldn't have done it without him dirtying his hands. Pause, though.
Yeah, there was this fishmonger that just rolled into town. Didn't know what hit him.
I love the idea that that Tex stole 2 gold worth of fish. Just a truly outrageous amount of fish.
Hauling an entire tuna down the street.
And then did what with it?
Yeah.
Oh, I stole his gold. He sold the fish, and then I stole his gold.
This makes a lot more sense
And
than
then,
what I was
then you probably also sold the fish.
And then I got a nice juicy salmon for myself as a treat.
Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Alright, perfect. The second day comes around, and unless you guys have other plans, you know that Gigi will be waiting for you by the fort.
No, I think we're good.
Well, we get lunch first, because
Right, of course. Right after lunch.
Didn't he say we should find mercenaries? We didn't do that.
Sure didn't. I was kind of expecting the DM to handle that.
Yeah, I was expecting the mercenaries to come in on a pirate ship.
I
Maybe we should.
thought he was gonna do that if we didn't have him with us.
Yeah, that's the vibe you got. But if you want
Well,
to
we
look for
decided to
mercenaries...
steal instead, so...
Yeah, but now he's gonna meet us. So we didn't really need him. So
If
we
he's
just go
coming with us.
Gigi.
He's just the biggest mercenary we could have gotten.
He's like 10 mercenaries.
And we're paying him with love, I guess.
Yeah, and he killed the beast with a rock.
That too.
That was so cool.
You just pick that thing up and squash that whole swarm.
Pick it up.
Alright. You grab a nice lunch. Honestly, actually a nice lunch. I assume that you guys get a decent meal for once instead of paying a copper for fish soup again.
Hey, there's no hair or
Tex
bones
is
in this
all
one.
about that fish soup.
Fair, you get a nice 1 copper bowl of fish soup. It's delicious. Make your Rebecca
Putting it in my goddamn inventory. Bowl of cold fish soup and stale bread.
perfect. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
You make your way back to the fort, where you can see that Gigi is waiting. And it appears that Gigi is, in fact, kind of looking around the gate for not necessarily mercenaries, so much as people that he thinks might be interested in mercenary work with an adventuring guild. You can see that he is now wearing some slightly different clothing. He's got a belt on that has these brown and green colors to it. And when you step up, it's like, oh, good, you made it. I was beginning to be worried. There are far, far more Cyrillin guards around here than I remembered. Shall I sneak you away?
And spies.
And spies, did you run into some?
Yeah.
What happened?
They
We
pretended to
hide.
be a badger, and then we went into hiding for a couple days.
I pretended to be a badger. Well, that doesn't sound like the Saraland that I know. They snub their noses at polymorphing. Still, it doesn't surprise me that they would stoop to new lows. We should get a move on. What did you do, Sketch?
How are you doing
How
that?
did you do that?
He's gone two-dimensional.
How did they do this? Oh no.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. I don't know how to undo it. I'm just gonna delete them and put them back.
Sketch has become a plane. Let's just drop a new one in and hope that this fixes itself. Hey,
It did, yay.
you did it.
Don't even know how you do that.
Yeah, I just kind of watch you open up. There's two now.
There we go.
There we go. Anyway. Alright, let's get a move on. I will get you over to the guild, and then we can decide where you're headed from there. I assume that you won't want to stay for too long, but it is safe for a short time. Even if there are Cyrillan spies chasing you, I doubt that they would mess with them. And he tucks you into his pocket, and just like before, has to kind of sweep through security. They care much less about who they let out of the city than who they let into the city, so there's not even a check, but just as a formality, he makes sure to cover you up. And begins to walk through the jungle until eventually, after an hour or so trek, you hear him chatting with some people at the guard, or at the gate of this little camp, and he sets you down inside. And this is probably where we will pick up on Tuesday, hopefully meeting everybody from Group 3 as they return to Famador. But we'll see what they do. Maybe you guys will drift by like ships in the night.
That'd be fun.
We should bomb the ship
Yeah.
from the castle side.
Let's steal from that ship.
As you arrive, you find what is essentially just like a cleared off portion of this plateau. They've started to set up tents. You can see ruins all over the place. It's clear that this used to be part of the city and has been lost to the monsters and reclaimed by nature, and they're slowly putting up new walls. You can see that there are fresh-faced mercenaries and adventurers that are kind of just going about their business. Some are training, some are doing construction work, several of them are just watching the walls, doing patrols to make sure that no monsters come through. But Gigi walks in, sets you down, and begins to guide you up towards a tent at the far side, overlooking the sea here. Where do you find this? A little group of adventurers gathered around a big round table that wave up. Welcome back, Gigi. How did they go? And he stoops down real low to get into the tent. I'd like you to make some friends, some traveling companions of mine. And this is where we'll pick up next time.
Yay.
Oh, some of them are kind of hot. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Who's a lion?
Yes.
Who's the little gecko guy?
He's just
The
a little
lizard
guy.
man.
Vin Tempo.
There's a cat over there.
Darwin Tempo.
They're gay married.
That's true, they are gay married. You'll meet them soon.
Yay.
Because I'm
I like
stealing
Pilgrim.
them.
Yeah. I suppose we can show that. There is, none of you know his name yet. But there is what appears to be some sort of strange, tall, slender skeleton man, with a cane, and some very exquisite purple clothing. Some sort of skeleton, certainly not human. You can tell immediately his skull is the wrong shape. Who you guys will eventually be introduced to and learn is a man named Bill Grimm.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Bill Graham. The tempos. Today was fun.
That was good.
I didn't really know what to expect from text that entire time. And boy, it never fails to surprise me.
I was
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children, they spread to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men